Okay, it's 9:30, so we'll call the meeting for the Planning Commission to order. To start with, after the election, we lost a member and gained a member. So I think just to get Nathaniel up on track, we thought we'd do introductions again. So I guess I'm Charlie Jacobson. I'm the appointed chair, retired from the sheriff's office after 30 years, and this is my second term on the board.
Lawrence Brown from the county surveyor.
George Wilbur, I'm chair of the town of Whitestown, still practice law and a lot of other things.
Pete Strachan, excuse me, zoning coordinator for Town of Harmony.
Morgan Paulson, Chief Deputy Clerk, taking the minutes.
Matt Albright, zoning administrator.
Jack Dabrowski, Senior Planner, Mississippi River Regional Planning Commission.
Monique Kosman, Land Information Officer in the GIS Department.
Hey, Stan, supervisor. I'm Nathaniel Slack, District 7 supervisor, just starting this year.
Cindy Schweiger, District 15.
Mary Stanek, clerk of Town of Greenwood, and I am a dairy farmer.
Yes, a business. A business owner.
And I'm Al Buss from the Vernon County Energy District here.
Anna, do you want to interject or?
Sure. See if I get it right this time. I'm an alternate, UW Madison Division of Extension, Community Development Educator.
Yeah.
Okay, and I guess I just like to, on the record, thank Ole for his time here. And
We want to touch on people online or no? I don't know. Or no?
I don't think, I was just that Nathaniel knew who was here and where we were at, if that helps a little bit anyway. So going on to number 2 then, affirmation of proper public notice on email to that effect. Yeah, okay, so we're good. 3, audience to visitors. Anybody like to say anything?
Yeah, and I'm here from the Energy District, and I had a few questions on the comprehensive planning process. I guess I'm kind of curious what the time frame is on that. And I also wanted to find out how, we wrote a comprehensive energy plan for Vernon County about 2 years ago. And what I'd like to do is go through our comprehensive energy plan and then submit to you guys the parts that I think are applicable to the plan you're working on. So I'm just here to ask questions. How do we go about doing that?
Well, I guess that's not proper for audience to visitors. So why don't we talk after the meeting?
So, okay, I've got another meeting at 10.
Okay, or call me or something.
Okay, you're in the directory?
Yeah.
Well, I just comment though that there is a timeline, and is that on the website, Matt?
It's all the documentation should be on the website that we
I was
found.
searching yesterday. I couldn't find anything. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Well, if you talk to Matt, he can, or he can.
Right. I don't mean to be rude, but
So, yeah.
follow agenda. We can't start answering questions because then we'll.
Yep. I can get you, Charlie can, get you up to speed on,
Or just send me something with your email address and I can maybe do it that way. Just send me an email.
So, okay.
With all your questions and then I'll try to answer them for you.
And how could we access this energy comprehensive plan? You guys?
So that is on our website, which is vced.energy.
VCE.energy.
So VCED, Vernon County Energy District.energy. And then there's a link to learn more. And
so by our next meeting, do you want us to put something on the agenda where you can speak to that, or is that pushing things?
That may be good. I'll talk to you in
Okay.
between time and clarify.
Okay, I just want to do things properly so we don't.
Yeah.
If we make one exception, it grows.
Right. And I feel like I'm kind of coming in a little late, but I want to make sure that we're able to share with you what we've learned.
I guess I'd rather do that than if anybody has any questions for you, we could be prepared for it too.
Yeah. So we'll talk before then, and then I'll be better prepared.
Okay.
and we'll share that link to your plan amongst the group here, and so everybody can take a look at it beforehand.
Super.
Charlie, do you want to give him the date?
For the next meeting, June 12th.
June 12th. Okay.
9:30 here. Anybody online have anything to say? quiet. Okay, so moving on to number 4, approve minutes from the previous meeting. Everybody got a chance to look at those? Okay, looking for a motion to approve as is then?
Well,
You got a question?
I do.
Okay,
It just notes in the review minutes from previous meetings that we approved it with one quote amendment. I think that would probably be correction. But I think proper form is usually, by the way, the minutes are very good, but usually you put what that correction was.
Okay.
And it's usually not an amendment, it's a correction, it's called. Other than that, I move to approve.
okay, looking for a second. Okay, we have a second. All in favor, say aye. All opposed, nay. Motion carries. So number 5, edit and approval of objectives. So that should be in your blue folder. And for those of you that weren't earlier, what we were looking at is trying to limit our objectives down to 3, 4 at the most.
Yeah,
So I guess what we're gonna try to do is go through each goal and then look at the objectives. And then if there's something that we can strike without having a debate, we'll do that first. And then if there's something that we have mixed feelings on removing, then we'll discuss that as we go. If anybody has any other ideas. And Jack, that's you then.
Okay, so I guess, we don't have to get down to 2 or 3 goals, 3 or 4 goals, or excuse me, objectives. But I think the more concise, the more directed plan that you're going to have, the more you're going to be able to implement that in the future. Comp plans are kind of going, they used to be like 400-page documents, and now they're going to like down to 150. Because, people realize like, okay, you have a 400-page document, you put up on the shelf, and then it's kind of disappears. So my theory with this is just to have fewer objectives. You can focus the community around those and then actually implement or, execute some of those. So just wanted to say that before we start going through these. So I guess the goal here is to just eliminate some of these. There is some duplication of them and, reword any of them that you'd like. So how much time would you like to spend on this?
Like I said earlier, I would rather do this correctly.
Okay.
So if something else gets pushed to the next meeting, I'd rather do that. Because if we don't do a good job with our goals and objectives, we're going to be struggling throughout the whole process. So my thoughts anyway.
Okay, let's dive in.
But I just mentioned to make things a little more complicated.
No.
Looking at the old plan, they did goals, objectives, and then had a significant number of action items under the objectives. Not saying this committee wants to do that, but that is what was done in the old plan.
I think we should worry about goals and objectives, and then if it's something where we want to focus on that afterwards, we can.
Remember, the old plan wouldn't pass, so.
Right.
Yeah.
I guess,
Well,
I think we might not leave that to the county board in the future to decide what actions they're going to take to support this thing. I think that there's a lot of work here and a very short timeline. I'm already concerned about the timeline in terms of coming up with something that really reflects what we want. So I appreciate that. And the point,
and
old one didn't pass.
And there's not a lot that's the same from 15 years ago. I mean, technology and movement and everything else, I don't know. It's a guideline, but I guess I'd rather look at what we have for information now.
And one other topic, just on Dennis here, we mentioned last time about the dams. It looks pretty eminent that we're going to have an approval of taking down like 9 or 10 of them or something like that. And that is one of the more major developments in this county that we're facing. And there's very little in here. We may want to certainly we should work on this today, but there probably should be something in here about what we're going to do about that. How are we going to address that? How are we going to come up with some plans that provide some flood protection that other than dams, So I'm concerned that we keep that on the table here, that we need to, I think we need to address that.
But then we're duplicating efforts because Land and Water is already looking at that.
And the number 5 of the first goal, number 5 objective, loosely addresses it. It can be tailored towards that,
Right.
but you know, it's
And the other plan that was recently completed was your hazard mitigation plan.
Mhm.
Really look at those. And that's, as soon as you finish one, you're starting to begin to update the next one. So,
Mhm.
so that could be included in those too. And that would be really germane to those, but relevant to this plan too.
Not
I'm-
sustainability and resiliency, there's talks about maintaining. It's manage stormwater, that's what they're talking about. So it's in
Ben, you look like you want to say
So
something.
just a thought, I don't know if the objective being like referring directly to the hazard mitigation plan or an objective referring directly to, we have our land and water resource management plan, which is required an update every 5 years. Perhaps if those were objectives listed in here specifically referring to those other plans would take care of some of that.
Well, I'm just concerned we're going to be duplicating efforts because I know sitting through Land and Water and some of the other, that's the big topic for them already. So what we're going to add, I don't know, we're better off to let them sort it out, get the information to us and put it in the plan.
Charlie, I think a reference to a separate plan that's already been
Right.
passed and approved by the board is appropriate without, incorporating all of that into the comprehensive plan. Similar to our economic development strategy that we just approved as a county board, a reference to that strategy, but without, going into fine detail about all of those goals.
Right. So we can just support that plan as is.
yeah. So when we get into this, we'll just have to
Right.
probably
So
revise
yes,
some of
it's
this
important,
language.
but I think it's addressed in another way.
Okay.
Countywide. Okay, so back to then goal 1, preserve existing agricultural and forest land, objectives 1 through 9. Does anybody see any there that can be eliminated at this point?
Number 8.
And that's like that too, number 8.
Mhm. Yeah.
We don't have any to maintain and, how we can extend something we don't have.
Right.
Okay, any debate on that? Questions on that?
Mhm.
Okay, so
6, 2.
I would say
strike-
6
okay,
also.
So strike number 8.
Okay, 8 strip.
And then we have a request to strike number 6. So promote dense residential development patterns around cities and villages to encourage walking to, shopping, work, and community destination. So is that something, because anything you're gonna have township like that'll probably get annexed. Am I thinking correctly?
Mhm.
So it'll become a municipality issue at that
Mhm.
point?
Mhm.
Yeah.
So we're good on striking 6?
Yes.
Okay, so strike 6.
So as far as number 4, I do believe that is, not saying you want to change anything, but that is accomplished in the farmland preservation plan, which works as required to do every 10 years. I would say does exactly that.
Well, I'd rather strike 2 than 4.
I don't think you're saying strike it, just make a reference that as part of the farmland preservation plan.
Okay.
Because it's saying develop comprehensive land use
So
plan.
do you want to say follow?
Follow.
So, or support the farmland preservation plan?
Just
The
say,
burning, the approved burning plan.
So just a question, Ben. I know the county has a farmland preservation plan, but how does that affect townships that haven't adopted it?
So we have to have a plan in order for their ordinances to be certified, whether we do a county farmland preservation zoning ordinance or the townships do their own farmland preservation ordinance. They have to be significantly compliant with the county farmland preservation plan.
George, you got cut off. Did you have something more?
no, but there is there is an adopted farmland preservation.
Correct. It's required at least every 10-year update.
Okay. That make sense to you?
Yep, I just struck 4 and then put support farmland preservation plan. As a,
No,
I don't think they wanted to strike that.
No,
Instead of
no,
using
it's
comprehensive
a
land use
develop.
plan,
Yeah,
or just support the farmland preservation.
Okay.
yeah.
And then it can
So
still,
that
It was taken out,
and
developed.
then it
yeah.
can still identify those things so that so that's still important. It's just rather than having a new comprehensive plan, land use plan, reference farmland preservation plan.
so the first sentence would say support farmland preservation
Support the
plan.
approved.
So
the
take out
approved-
the word comprehensive land use
Right, and use the approved farmland preservation.
plan. Okay, gotcha.
And does that include all the things that are in that, number 4
I
that?
believe it does. Yep, including soil suitability and
Okay.
So Ben, if you find that it's something doesn't, then just let Akron me know then, or Matt.
sure.
I can't see the goals and objectives document that is displayed. Maybe because you can only see the Microsoft folder with that document highlighted and ready to be opened.
Yeah, so what am I doing?
Maybe online.
Yeah, Amy, can you see it now?
Good to go. Thank you.
Okay.
She muted herself. Okay.
Far as number 11, just making sure that in line.
What is there a permitting process for solar panels? I don't believe there is.
Some counties do as part of their comprehensive zoning. We do not, because we do not have comprehensive zoning
So we can't really streamline a permitting process
that we don't have.
Right, that would take 11 out.
What about setbacks from roads?
That's,
No.
no,
So anybody
Yeah.
can put solar panels anywhere, anytime they
yeah,
want.
right on the road.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. 11 is out.
Yeah, but it's just gonna be with other ordinances. What's
They
that?
need an electric.
Nope. Well, it depends on your town. If you have,
Yeah, it's all in your town.
want to discourage solar panels or what?
No, I would say encourage streamlining the permitting, like encourage your municipalities to streamline the permitting process.
Need a
if
permit,
that's a goal.
there's not much streamlining to it. I mean, the problem is that there are very few engineering firms that provide building code permitting process to the towns. The one that we use in Whitestown covers 31 municipalities. So, you apply and they come out and they write out a permit, and it can take you 2 weeks to 3 months. But all our control is we need actually more inspectors, but we don't have them, and that's the problem we have. The process is pretty simple.
2 weeks to 3 months for them to get the permit or for the inspection to be done?
No, for them to come and do the damn permit, yes. At least that was the experience of somebody in the town of Whitestown that applied for an electrical permit after later I said, oh, according to our code, you don't need that. But the engineering firm said, oh yeah, and it took her, I think, 3 months to get the final permission to get just an electrical permit. That wasn't for a solar panel, that was just to put a transformer in, which is really not required. You really just, all you need for Vernon Electric is you get your electrician to come out, say, yep, sign the papers and you're done. You don't need a permit for it in Vernon County. But they will give you one.
Well, I realize the Vernon County piece of it. I'm questioning whether we want to encourage the municipalities to streamline the process if it's taking somebody 3 months to get an electrical permit.
Well, it isn't a process, that's it. It's just that there's too few inspectors and they determine their priorities.
Not gonna get into an argument with you about building permit process, but I.
Apparently, it's just the
Asking the group
electrician and the power
That's
company
something.
Really, all you need is
collaborate
and a
to make the
right?
connection.
I don't know I don't know about, of course, the cities, what they have.
So, yeah, I think what Cassie is saying, you could just put encourage before that instead of streamline.
Okay.
You know, I mean, you as the county are, you know, that's just like setting the precedent for municipalities too. Maybe you don't regulate it, but you can say, hey, wouldn't that be a good idea?
Well, and I think we're focusing on that line, not what the topic we're under. So I mean, if you're looking at the original, it's preserve existing agriculture and forest land. And that's what we're referencing here now. Do you want them to be able to put up solar panels anywhere and get rid of good agricultural land? Or as a plan, do you want to suggest that maybe they find a better place for it rather than your good black dirt areas?
Some communities are trying to encourage solar panels on existing infrastructure, existing buildings and such, and not develop on prime farm ground. So to me, it's peculiar to say as a farmland preservation strategy.
Yeah.
That seems very odd. Even some communities have gone the opposite way. I'm not sure if it's clear what the survey has indicated. I'm not anti-solar, to be clear, just determining if, you know, you want to put large solar farms on prime agricultural land or not. Regardless, it seems bizarre to word it that way and to put it under.
I can give a little background to that too. So, you know, the useful life of solar panels is about 25 years. So if you installed those solar panels on agricultural land in 25 years, it would be agricultural land again. That's the concept with that.
And they're developing techniques of using solar panels and grazing to be compatible to use the farmland. And while we're sitting here in some of the prime farmland right here, which is that stretch between Rocca and Westby, there's not much prime farmland in the rest of the county. Out in Whitestown, they're farming the hillsides that they shouldn't be farming. They're planting corn, places that shouldn't be planted. And frankly, it'd be better off to have solar panels on a lot of that stuff. So when you say prime, I'm not sure what the definition of prime farmland is.
You're right. We have not a lot of prime, and you did identify, you know, it's kind of this beautiful prairie between here and Westby, maybe out to Liberty Pole and stretches like that. Otherwise, I think more commonly it's soils of significant importance, which is like a layer below prime farmland. Because you're right, there's actually not a considerable amount.
I can tell you when they go out and do these perk tests, that a lot of that stuff is gone.
It's been eroded away from abuse.
And just a lot of fields today are just clay. Just putting chemicals into it and pulling plants out of it. So at any rate, I'm not sure. I'm still like pro solar too, very much so, but I'm not sure what we want to say about combination of solar and land use. It's a complicated issue, especially in Vernon County where we don't have a lot of farmland.
The question, I guess, is, do we want to keep it in the land use section or do we want to pull it out and put it into the housing element?
Sustainability and resource.
Yeah.
Well, I'm interested also in terms of this, the offer to give us more information about energy use planning, and I don't know where that would best fit into comprehensive plan. Maybe land use, doesn't seem to be the best place for it. Certainly not transportation, economic development, perhaps.
Can we pull that out of this section and then put it to add in some other section and find it more applicable?
My question would be, this is a question to Smith, is how the solar panels and farmland preservation interact. How do we use streamlined processes for solar panels as a farmland preservation strategy? That's the line.
Yeah.
Got to use the whole line in context. That is a land use question.
Well,
this is considerations.
Well, that's why we're pulling it out of this section.
But then it doesn't become a farmland preservation strategy.
Right.
I don't think
strategy. But is it, if you make it, if you're encouraging the use in quote unquote agricultural and make it easier for them to do that? Because if the permitting process is hard, they're just gonna keep doing what they're doing. But if you make it easy to say, well, maybe this 10 acres isn't, like you said, shouldn't probably be crop, but is. But if we can make it easy enough to put in solar or wind, would you do it? I guess that, I'm just saying that to argue the opposite side, because we're all saying this doesn't fit. But if you make it easy to use non-prime land for that purpose, to me, in a way, it does support preserving farmland.
If you went that route, I would use a term like marginal farmland, marginal cropland. If you.
Right, well, I'm just, everybody's taking one side, I want to take the other side,
And
just
that would
for
make,
argument's
that
sake.
would make more sense as a
Well,
preservation
so
strategy.
And that's kind of a broad-based term.
Right.
Because what's marginal to one person and what's marginal to another.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it's,
But in theory, it is preserving farmland if you make it easier to use,
existing structures, put it on it. Yeah.
other places
Uh-huh.
to put in those things.
So I think this line is saying, this is in my opinion, is if they want to put up a solar panel, whatever it may be size, and they want to do it on farmland, make it easy for them. It's a farmland preservation strategy. Make it easy for them if they want to do it in non-farmland areas.
And what control do we have to quote, make it easy? That's
Just a streamlining process.
streamline.
Well, that's,
There is a
Streamline. There's nothing existing that the
Just try that
county
out.
can streamline to encourage this. We just don't have that power. It's a state building code and
well,
it's dependent on whether it's.
can we again say encourage?
Increase the development of solar.
Well, but if it gets to be too popular, we can maybe get more involved in trying to get more help or doing something, but
So I guess I should explain this. This is kind of a chain too. So you get the goals and you get the objectives and you get those sort of solidified. And then out of that comes land use strategies and policies and programs. So, you know, you can make sort of you don't have to get that right down to the details in this one, but then the next step would be that. So.
I think we should address alternative energy items under economic.
Well, and then we have sustainability and resiliency, where we are addressing some of that green infrastructure.
that would be a good choice.
So, yeah.
One thought I have just on this, I'm looking at number 6 there, where it sounds to me like the idea of that is putting, you know, how the land gets used into the hands of the landowner. They can decide what the best use of this part of their land is.
6 is going out.
Yes.
Yeah, 6 was,
Yeah, 6 we already struck.
Yeah, we struck it.
We struck 6 and reworded 4.
Do we want to just, start with 1 and just thumbs up, thumbs down, edit, kind of just so we keep rolling through them?
I moved to strike 11.
I think the way we're at, probably, well, can we just
Move it.
strike it from here and just make a
Sure.
note that we added in somewhere else?
Yep, we'll put move to question mark.
So 11 is struck. So, yeah, let's go back. So number 1, protection of economically productive areas, including farmland, and any debate on why that should stay there?
It feels really broad and vague compared to the rest of the points. I mean, I'm not saying we should remove it or not, but.
How would you say,
Some of the-
how would you suggest correcting it?
I guess it almost feels a little redundant to me. You know, like economically productive areas, but then like discourage non-agricultural development. Like it feels like some of the other points do that. And if the goal is to narrow this down, do we necessarily need a broader statement?
Well, I think between the two of them, I'd rather strike 2. I don't know what is
Well-
quote designated agricultural areas. We don't have any designations. If you had zoning, that would be, we would have it designated, but we don't have zoning.
Under the farmland preservation plan, it's designated if it's an agricultural area.
How do you designate it?
But do we need to then, if we're already referencing that we're supporting farmland preservation already? Thoughts? Can we strike 2 then, knowing that we're supporting farmland preservation already?
Yeah.
Okay, so strike 2. And let's go back to Nathaniel's point on 1.
Yeah, I'm mostly playing devil's advocate.
That's fine. That's why we're here.
I don't have any major objections to it, but it just seems a little broad and vague compared to some of the other points.
Yeah.
Well, let's, I guess, rather than take a lot of time, and let's make a note for everybody, look at that one and see if we can come up with a better definition or a different way of rewording that for next time.
And I wonder how, maybe we should move number 4 to number 1, which is more comprehensive.
Reorder it.
Yeah,
Yep.
so that it, and then maybe you don't need the current number.
You don't need number 1.
Yeah.
This is 1.
Already covered in the farm.
I mean, just a suggestion.
There's your gold star for the day.
I sound like I'm back at the university. They've got a bad name right now, but.
Well, doesn't 3 also support number 4?
No, let's not get too far ahead. So we're good with that, moving 4 to 1 and then strike 1.
Okay.
Okay.
3 becomes 2, is that what the?
Well, isn't 3 also 4? Isn't that what the farmland preservation is? You're collaborating? So then that becomes redundant.
No, I don't think farmland preservation, oh, maybe let's ask Ben, but I don't think it specifically promotes sustainable, well, perhaps sustainable farming practices, small family farms.
Collaboration is
Just to prevent development in agricultural areas. You got to get permission if you want to sell some land, put housing, that is something that restricts the use of agricultural land, but it doesn't promote a particular type of farming practice.
I agree. I do not believe the farmland preservation plan explicitly promotes number 3.
So I think 3 is important.
So that becomes 2.
2.
Yep.
Why is a semicolon there? I guess right after promote.
The pause. Sustainable farming practices, so take out the semicolon?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Well, it doesn't, to me, it doesn't make any sense, but.
That's not correct.
Yeah, there's no reason.
We're good with 3? Woohoo!
Sustainable farm practices, that comma comes out too in the newer grammar. And if you only have 2 things.
Oh, the Oxford copy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so,
Editing yet, right?
no, that one just didn't.
Yeah, okay.
So now,
When you say 3, we got 1, and this is 2, collaborate with. So what is 3? Number 5? Old 5?
well, it's not, I don't know.
Trying to figure out.
Well, we're not, I don't know if we're gonna
Oh, I
get,
see.
we're not gonna do orders. I think they'll just fall into place
I got you when you say it.
as we
I got it.
delete. So
Okay, yeah.
Put in-
when I'm referencing a number, it's the existing number on the
Existing,
page,
yeah.
so we know where we're at. So.
Thank you.
So number 5, promote voluntary land stewardship agreements and conservation easements with property owners to preserve critical natural areas, agricultural lands, and scenic vistas.
There may be more, but for now, it's a good.
Okay,
It's in.
we're good with that. So number 5 as is. Going on to number 7, then encouragement of land uses, densities, and regulations that promote efficient development patterns and relatively low municipal, state governmental, and utility costs. Thoughts? Come on, we can't go quiet all of a sudden.
Well, it sounds good. I'm just not sure what it
You get
means.
rid of densities and regulations that promote, just say encouragement of land uses that promote efficient development. Something like that.
Jack, is there something that we're not looking at for why you would want densities and regulations in there?
You could encourage more dense development. And that probably would be urban For urban.
Hey,
Right.
yeah,
I think that's partially where we're struggling is because most of the municipalities will deal with some of those things.
Mhm.
Or they'll annex it if you get started, but.
I think we keep forgetting our focus is on existing ag and forest land. So
Right.
I
that's,
don't,
we're not, if that is our goal and objectives follow.
Right.
So then you don't want the densities and regulations in there. You just want to encourage proper
Encourage.
land use.
Well, I think where they're going though is if all of a sudden somebody wants to put in a big subdivision,
Right.
you'd want it close to a existing municipality rather than
Yes.
in the middle
I-
of a
I don't
township.
mean to strike that entire section. I just mean trying to emphasize, we're not talking about municipalities, we're talking about ag and forest land.
There are different concepts like cluster hosting.
Right.
And, I remember the sustainable Sweden model was, the whole model is the more dense your development, the more cropland
Right.
you preserve at the
Right.
same time. So
Right.
I guess that's the purpose.
That's kind of addressed in 9.
Mhm.
Right, yeah, I think that those are overlapping.
Mhm.
I think the point of 7 that we're looking at is keeping utility costs like running, if we're running electricity out there, if we're running, roads, whatever we're doing
Right. Mhm.
for that. So it's just mainly keeping those costs low.
So fire trucks and that. is the big
Yeah,
thing, to get
yeah.
Fire trucks into a residence in the rural area.
Right. Yeah, and if it's a private subdivision, the roads don't meet the standard, you may or may not.
Even in a separate house.
Those 7 and 9 could probably be
Combined.
Combined.
Yeah.
Is there any wording we want to take out of there? Density regulations of somewhat efficient development patterns. So essentially what this is doing is, the county could write a subdivision ordinance if they so choose.
Right.
And this would sort of, 9 is a little bit more prescriptive and 7 is a little bit more like, hey, you should do that. But 9 would be, you're gonna do this.
Right.
I personally like 9 better than.
I do
Take some of
too.
the elements from 7 and put it into 9. How's that?
Yes.
Yeah.
10 also seems to be a bit low.
Right.
Like
Yeah.
seven
Now we're
here.
talking about-
9 though, it just says maintain the aesthetic qualities of the town, not like out of town plan.
That should
aesthetic
say-
qualities of county.
That should say county. So I would switch it to county.
Qualities. Yeah. And,
And some of these are overlapped and they're sort of stepped up, like this is encouraged, this is you shall, it tends even more prescriptive.
But at this
Lot
point,
size, contiguous.
do we want to be pushing for an ordinance? Is that a little premature? I mean, if we're doing zoning kind of thing for 10? I mean, if we're just saying land use suggestions, whatever,
right.
is something specific as create an ordinance, a little premature?
And then,
Maybe what we should do is encourage towns to adopt a subdivision ordinance. Sure.
I'm just thinking our next, for where we are now, but our next step, if we find that's the part, then if we're gonna look at zoning, then you could create an ordinance that would do what we need it to, but that would be down the line a little bit.
right, this is something to irritate probably, number 10.
Well, that's,
I mean,
because as soon as you start saying ordinances and zoning,
yeah.
that's gonna have a whole different response to what we're doing with suggestions for land use,
Yeah.
my opinion.
Just said the Z word.
Yep.
Oh, good.
Well,
You need
I
it.
know, well, I'm just saying.
I just think we need to look at how it's gonna be perceived
Yeah,
as we move
exactly,
forward,
yeah.
not what, and that may be our goal.
And that was part of the thing with the 2010 one, because they associated it with losing local control
And
and
that's-
zoning,
that
so
we had-
that's why,
And that's
One
the
of the
education piece, we gotta.
yeah.
That's right, I don't know.
I guess the
10
committee-
bothers me just because of that.
Yeah, you have to ask, is it a problem that you need to address right now or just sort of something you want to suggest? Ordinance would be addressing the problem.
I'd
You know,
say
just-
strike 10 and put 7 and 9 together.
Okay.
I agree with
I
that
already
too.
encourage cluster development.
I just worry about the Or when you start saying ordinances and zoning, that bothers me at that point.
Appreciate that.
Hey, goal 2. And land use.
So, guess we're done for the day.
Yeah, wait. Holy fuck.
Well,
Next month.
okay, we're gonna have a meeting tomorrow at 9:30.
One a day for a month.
I was gonna say, Sandy, how many cookies can you put
Yeah.
together? Okay, goal 2, support sustainable development that preserves town's rural character and natural landscapes.
Similar to previous.
County, are you thinking?
County, yeah.
Yeah, take out the county.
There's county.
Not county.
Just out of curiosity, rural character versus unique character?
Well, I think rural is certainly part of why it's.
A little more
This is
comprehensive.
what- Yeah, but this is trying to apply to the rural areas, so,
It's under land use.
yeah.
You want unique rural character?
There you go, they make everybody happy. You sure you're not a politician?
You gotta work with the county board, my God.
We're not that bad.
Well, actually, we're not really revising the goal, we're revising the objective. Yeah, so skip the goal. We already did that. We
Mhm.
just head down to the
Yeah.
objectives. Yeah.
I still think you should probably put county in there.
Yep, I will do
Yeah.
that.
County's unique. They're all-
Maintain.
Encourage contact, use development patterns. So, this is again, sort of similar to the others. We could just strike this one off. It's similar to 7 and 9.
Mhm.
I'm sorry, strike which one?
One,
One.
objective 1.
Oh,
I don't know.
Encourage mixed-use development patterns contiguous to cities, villages to reduce sprawl, preserve rural landscape and minimize land. That's saying keep your development around your cities and villages.
Yeah, but you're also saying,
Encourage that.
minimize environmental impacts. I don't, if you can put that into 7 and 9, that would be fine, but not there.
I can do that. That's technically what that does.
Resources.
I'm sorry, Nathaniel, what?
9 ends with minimize the impact on natural resources. That's pretty
Similar to your Vernon.
impacts.
Mhm.
So.
That's already there.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
So we're gonna take
So
one out.
strike
Pick
one.
one.
Okay.
We're good with the wording on number 2.
I guess for me, water purification is a little bizarre. It'd be more like water preservation or something, but. I mean, it's
What
not
have you said?
necessarily incorrect.
Yeah, no, preserve water.
Water quality.
Yeah,
Yes.
Yeah.
something like that, Matt, makes more sense to
So
me.
you say water purification, they're gonna start
Means
thinking.
You're putting a lot.
Well, or municipal septic, you know.
I like kind of where Matt was heading.
Would you say water quality improvement? Or what?
No, just water quality as a general. general
Or
statement.
ecosystem services such as water quality and wildlife.
There's also the water table, maintaining
Well, water quality and quantity, do we want
Yeah.
to say?
something like that.
You know.
If we get a big, talk about bottling plant comes in there using tons, thousands of gallons a day, that have an impact on our water.
Observing water quality and quantity.
Because that could also apply if you had someone who came in and put up a bunch of irrigation pivots. You know,
Right.
Right,
Yeah, just high capacity well still.
Okay.
so everybody's good with 2 with that change?
do we want green spaces in there? I suppose. Yeah. Because it applies to parks too. Yeah.
Problem space.
So number 3, promote the use of renewable energy sources such as solar, wind, and biomass. Reduce reliance on fossil fuels and reduce greenhouse gas emissions.
Sounds good.
Questions? Wow, here we go. I like discussion. But that's
It's a
why.
nice goal.
That's why.
That's a nice goal.
So number 4 then, encourage energy efficient building designs, green building standards, and community-wide energy conservation efforts.
Yeah, I mean, that's sort of done between architecture anyway.
Mhm.
Energy efficient design. A building has to have a certain value to go for it.
We want to encourage it.
Huh?
I think we want to encourage it.
Yeah.
You know, one of the things I was looking at one of the other counties, and I don't see anything in here about, here's one, encourage preservation, restoration, reuse of historically significant buildings. And they had some others about, you know, we don't have anything about renovating or preserving older buildings in terms of energy efficiency.
Yeah, there's a little.
Yeah,
little
yeah,
bit,
yeah.
Yeah. Miss it? Is it-
Yeah, we did that in housing, didn't we?
Sorry.
It's coming up in the
Yeah.
in the housing
Okay,
part.
yeah,
Got it.
great,
Yep.
thank you.
Okay, so goal 2, we're good with the objectives, correct? Okay, moving on to goal 3 then, promote development adjacent to existing infrastructure.
Well, we already did the goals. You just went straight to the objectives.
Mhm.
You guys went over these goals last time.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, so we know where we're at.
Yeah.
We can change them still, Jack.
Yeah, you absolutely can. These are
backwards.
paraphrased by me,
And,
so I do have to leave at noon though.
Good, that's a good.
Me too.
Yep.
Well, we don't.
have 1 hour.
So is the intent to finish these today?
We'll get as far as we can
Yeah.
today.
I think, I agree with you. All right. 4 looks okay.
And in 2 there, it should say goal 3. That got moved down. There's another goal added. So it should say goal 3, objective 1.
Okay. It's the same because we struck
Right, that's what
1,
I'm
yeah.
going to ask.
Goal 2. In number 2, it should say goal 3, objective 1.
We end up 3,
Yeah,
John?
they struck
We're
one.
on goal 3, objectives 1 through 5.
I would suggest we take out 2.
Yeah.
And, but what permitting process are we streamlining? And I don't know, is the county going to start providing incentives to housing development?
Yeah, is there a financial incentive that a developer could
Well, I mean, the
draw on?
county going to put some money up to help finance housing developers. That's what I suggest.
But if you're doing it next to,
An existing.
I mean, the perfect example of that is the Hanson Farm. That was rural. City annexed it, put it into a TIF district, so that's exactly what they're doing.
But
But that's not township, that's not county though.
Excuse me.
And they used the TIF to do it. It's not that it didn't apply well. There are some grants, county grants, but I don't know that we, and that was the city. Yeah, possibly.
Well, but if it's a county priority, is it something the county should look at funding?
Well, we, the county, objective 1, goal 2. So how can we provide financial objectives to what is now maintain and enhance parks, green spaces, natural areas, provide recreation? That now says developers don't use. Maybe.
Should it just say, instead of financial incentives, should it just say support? Because they may need letters of support or something for their grants.
For maintaining, enhancing parks, green spaces, and natural areas.
It's a grant now.
What's that? I'm deaf.
Yeah.
I had my music turned up to 11
Yeah.
this morning.
Support doesn't tie us into financial incentives. The county doesn't currently provide any financial incentives for developers. While some of your larger municipalities might, we don't do that at a county level.
Sure.
Is the county permitting it or the townships permitting those things though?
The only county permitting is
Well,
basically.
I mean, if you're in, with any of our ordinances, it's, you know,
You have
as,
6 townships.
yeah, yeah.
They have permitting process.
And I think that's why they're saying stick with the word support.
Yeah.
Provide support.
Instead of financial incentives.
So take out the streamlined permitting processes too.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm questioning.
I don't think
What does the county permit as far as what we're under for that?
If they're in a shoreline zone, if they're in, you know, we have those all over the place.
Okay.
Can't really streamline that.
Am I?
Were you on
Not a
broker
question.
folks yesterday? You were the guy posting that, weren't you?
Well, I'm just where we keep using streamline permitting, streamline this, streamline that. I mean,
There is no.
Yeah, I think
If you
we're
just-
not in support of saying, we're in support of saying support. We're not in support of saying
Streamline.
streamline.
or
Anywhere.
So
you,
what are we
Because it doesn't
supporting?
make sense for the.
so that's,
What do you
yes,
wanna support?
right. So how do we want to phrase that?
But
What do you want to support?
Because we're not providing financial incentives.
what are we,
We're not streamlining. So what are we doing in number 2?
what are we supporting? Because we already took out goal 2,
Right.
objective 1. So what is this referring to?
Well, that's what I'm asking.
I think we just take it out.
Well, it's not referring to goal 2, it's referring to goal 3, objective 1. Jack said
It says-
he wrote that wrong.
Okay.
It's supposed to be goal 3, objective 1.
I
Which is the one above,
Mm-hmm.
which is the sentence above.
Oh, that makes sense.
So you're identifying underutilized vacant areas in that objective 1, and then you're saying we support that through whatever means we have.
That's not.
Those means could come out later.
That's where it all.
Three is urban.
Encourage developers to invest in these areas.
So in essence, you want to say you want to support permitting processes and financial incentives.
Or efficient permitting processes.
Efficient?
I think more people are going to understand efficient versus streamlining because that's kind of a interpretation term.
Efficient permitting processes, is that what we're trying to say?
Well,
You could just say provide support for developers to invest in these areas identified in goal 3, objective 1.
that makes more sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We
Provide,
gotta say something other than goal 1 objective. Gotta
Provide
say what we're
support.
supporting. Otherwise, some people won't. be able
Okay,
to
you
go
could
back.
say underutilized vacant areas,
All right,
parentheses identified in
Yeah.
goal 3, objective 1.
you
Okay.
have to say that, say what you,
Yeah, because as soon as you change something, then you have nothing to reference to.
yeah, you gotta say what you mean.
Okay, so number 3 then, encourage mixed-use development that integrates residential, commercial, and recreational spaces to create vibrant, walkable communities.
Urban stuff,
Right.
pretty much.
That's too early.
That was one of the comments that came up first.
Urban.
And they want people want walking paths
Mhm.
outside of the city. Remember that came up. Several times,
Oh, and
Bike paths, walking paths.
right?
This is more like when you're developing whatever development, you put in there's commercial, there's residential, and then,
Subdivision.
creating recreational spaces in there also.
Right.
Could be a subdivision, it could be, like what they have in Brookwood already, that development over by the former pool. So you could have mixed use in there. Or on your main street, you could have mixed use development, so commercial, first floor residential's upper floor.
Right. Because that's what they're encouraging at the North Point one will be.
Yep, yeah,
Plus the Hanson Farm thing is going to be that too, because there'll be office front, plus there'll be residential and walking.
pretty much all residential now tries to be mixed use. It's hard to get the commercial space to really program well, though. And then sometimes they have to change the zoning to get it,
Right.
put residential.
Well, for that, it's perfect because there'll be the Highway 14 front.
Yep.
Will be the
Yeah.
business and then the rest will be. So yes, no on 3?
I think keep it.
We're good as is, okay. Number 4, promotion of the redevelopment of lands with existing infrastructure and public services and the maintenance and rehabilitation of existing residential, commercial, and industrial structures.
Not the word encourage again in that sentence rather than promotion.
Right, because we don't have anything that we can do other than say, please do.
I guess I'm okay with promote and encourage just because, yes, it's broad and arguably too broad. But it is kind of saying within the county's ability, that is still something that's important. We're not, again, we decided not to do action items, right? Maybe action items is where we more overtly state what the county would do. I also remember in the 09-10 debacle of the comprehensive plan, a whole lot of shalls were changed to maybe pretty please try. Kind of, right? They kind of tried changing the shall will to maybe pretty please try. So kind of promote and support and encourage words, even though they're not maybe as strong as you would like. They're still giving guidance, and it might be more palatable.
Right. Well, but like we talked, this is the comprehensive plan. If we're gonna go to the next step, then we can put in that this is what we're gonna do. This is, if there's money available, this is what we're gonna, and then we can get economic development involved and do those things.
Maybe pretty please try.
Well, at this point, yes.
Right.
Yeah, this is just a guide.
This is,
This isn't, prescriptive.
and I think that's a good way of looking at this. This is an encouragement to what we want the future to look like. The next step is how we're gonna make it happen.
Yep.
I think that's a better way of looking at this. Does that make sense?
If that guidance is true, then we're okay with promoting.
Well, but that's where we're at. And if we're
I
gonna
agree.
if we're gonna get this through, I think that's the way we need to look at it.
Mhm.
And not do anything where we're forcing anybody to, or to have that interpretation that we're gonna force something.
Well, and if Economic Development Committee ever needs to look at housing as a priority within what we're working on in the next 20 years, that word would allow us more freedom to be able to address things.
Yep. So good with 4? Okay, number 5, encouragement of land uses, densities, and regulations that promote efficient development patterns and relatively low municipal, state, governmental, and utility costs.
That's repetitive, isn't it?
Doesn't that make sense?
Get rid of that.
So let's scratch 5. Good with that?
Yep.
Okay, on to housing.
Okay, we've been at it an hour. Anybody need a quick break? Yes, no, keep going? Okay, just trying to be nice. Never again. Wear your Pampers to the next meeting. Okay.
I think we're free to get up.
I know. I'm just, that's the normal, an hour.
I thought that, George, but now I'm nervous about it.
Okay, so housing element, goal 1, encourage the availability and affordability of housing. So look at those objectives and see what you think.
So I'm gonna ask the question first, is there anything we can eliminate?
Well, we gotta look at them first.
But take a start.
And I will say there is a lot of overlap in all these, you know,
Yeah,
they all kind of bleed into the other. So, you know, if we covered it before, feel free to strike that one.
Okay, suggestions on anything to strike?
Want to expand on 2 a little bit for me?
That's what I was kind of looking at too. 2.
Employer assisted.
Asking the employer to
Anybody else?
kick in for housing development.
My feeling is something like that has absolutely pretty much never occurred in Vernon County, but in Silicon Valley or somewhere it probably has.
Right.
Well, you're gonna get more, I think you're gonna get more from like working with Cooley Cap or working with like someone like Vark or someone like that who may
So take
tie it together,
The only
you
place
know.
I really am aware of it is on farms. It definitely does occur.
So take out the words with employers and have explore partnerships to develop and then take out employer assisted housing program.
Yes, there you go.
Yeah, I agree. I'd never heard about how. I mean, even as progressive as Organic Valley is, I've never heard of them getting into housing.
Right.
Yeah, there are some that do partner to bring in workforce. And so there's actually a few businesses are in Vernon County right now that are exploring that because they are outsourcing outside of the state of Wisconsin to bring people in. And so they're looking at making partnerships at the local municipality levels and townships so that they can be preemptive in building workforce housing. So that is, I can't speak on the specific groups right now, but we are in talks about doing those, and those are in the pipeline right now. So it is a valid thing to point in there.
You see some value to that objective?
Oh, yeah, we have some larger ones that are needing more skilled and qualified people because of changes in different industries right now, that it's meriting them outsourcing to get people to come in from other states.
But you could leave that then and still take out the employer part of it, because other than we're limiting our access if you're just saying with employers, where if you leave it out, you might find some development group that isn't part of that that's looking for, I mean, kind of like what North Point did to redevelop that. If we have another something in the county, they could look at that.
You could say with employers or other organization or entity.
Can we just say explore partnerships to develop housing
Well,
programs?
That's what I was thinking.
I guess I'm hearing from Hannah that I don't want to speak for you, that employers specifically are valuable. There is a value to that. And maybe we're not super familiar with this occurrence in Vernon County, but the potential is there.
Well,
And then
and I understand it too, but
Yeah.
inclusion of that in this plan sort of gives permission where it would not be permitted usually otherwise,
Yeah.
to make that outreach.
I just don't want to have this phrased where we're limiting who our partners are.
So you're suggesting we say explore partnerships to develop employer assistant housing programs, et cetera. I think that's.
Means that they can partner with places like Cooley Cap or BARC, other organizations that are in the housing development arena, and they are able to, but it gives them the option to do it and not feel like they are island without having that ability to do it. So, because there are businesses that are turning down, they're having people turn down jobs because they don't have.
So how we
So-
phrase it,
Well, I feel like-
to not just box it.
But I feel like number one accomplishes a lot of what Hannah said, and then number two really is about the employer.
I would say one is the broader context that we're looking for, and two is the one that's.
Number one is just developers. So we're.
It's a nonprofit organization.
Yeah.
Okay.
But to me, if you still just take out with employers, that way you could include Cooley Cap, whatever, you're not limiting who your partners are, and then you can say, leave it the same way, to develop. employer
But
assisted.
that's what one.
But that's what we're doing on one. Nonprofit.
Development company with it, so, and they're licensed under HUD.
We could just add employers into number one. Just say
Yeah.
developer, nonprofit organization, and employers.
There you go.
Done, okay?
That sounds good.
And to one.
Just gonna add,
And
employers.
and then strike two as a whole.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Where,
Things are too close to each other.
Or you want to say housing developers,
When
employers?
they drafted it, it's like, must look like it was more how many lines gonna put out there rather than quality lines.
and then strike.
We struck two then.
But the difference that's being missed if you strike two entirely is that you increase the supply of affordable housing, but two is highlighting near their workplaces. We just want to make sure folks are comfortable with it. Okay.
I will say this, that some grant funding for housing, they look at proximity to, within a radius. So it's not like a jig-jag mile or something away. They look at a radius of what is in proximity to it for people to get, what's accessible for them? Is the grocery store nearby? Is their workplace nearby to the housing that would be there?
So is that 25 miles here?
No, there's some.
Is that gonna be more city oriented?
No, it
Well-
can be within the rural parts too of a township if they have a subdivision that they're doing. So they would look in a radius with that.
Would it cover that if we just added particularly in areas adjacent to existing developments and employment opportunities?
There you go.
Yeah.
Then it includes that.
Okay.
And employment.
And we're good with that then, 1 and 2? So number 3, explore innovative housing solutions such as tiny homes, accessory dwelling units, or co-housing developments.
So we explore.
That was a comment that came up repeatedly in the survey results.
Well, I think everything's good. I just wonder about the word explore. How do you explore? How does the county explore that? Maybe support, encourage.
I was gonna say, to me, encourage would be.
Yeah, encourage would be a better word.
That'd be better.
I think explore would allow us to look at case studies of what's been done around the state and in adjacent states for us to see what was successful for that and if it's worth implementing. Because it also would have financial costs associated with it, things like that, that gives a better overall view before we would commit to anything.
I like Hannah's point, and I think we should try to be consistent, right? A couple down here, it says entice. Well, and then the next word is young. So anyways, we'll question that.
Yeah, I saw that.
But speaking, a
Get
little,
rid of the old buggers.
and I agree that explore is certain, then we're gonna almost research it.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is let's try to make sure we're consistent between promote, support, entice, encourage, right? But I think Hannah makes a really good point about when we want to explore is when we're not even necessarily saying do this. We're saying, let's see how it's working other places. So I think
Too wordy to say explore and encourage.
I think sometimes that is appropriate, but I think I'm just trying to draw that distinction now before we continue so much and we're like really inconsistent about our promote, entice, encourage, explore, support.
I think explore allows the option for it. Encourage would say that we've made, would suggest, not to say that we have made, but it would suggest that we have a guiding principle behind that, and we don't formally have that. Whereas explore allows us the freedom to still say that, hey, we are open to looking at the options that we have and seeing what works best to obviously keep the rural vibrancy of our communities, as well as support future housing for future residents.
What's the definition of co-housing developments? Just so I'm clear.
Like a cooperative housing,
Shared bathroom or shared public spaces like a kitchen.
It's like that.
Yeah.
oh, yeah, okay, so you have some already.
Yeah. Like that right out here.
Very
Prairie Winds of
Broading.
both. So Sonia Newenhouse runs the,
Conventional community.
yeah, she runs the Prairie Wind development and park out there. It used to be one of the former doctors, I think it's Dr. Anderson or something like that. As it's out by the cemetery in town.
Essentially, people's rent pays the mortgage
Yeah.
on a house.
Yeah, so they turned the house into each bedroom is its own like efficiency apartment, but they share all the common space, and there's over 3,000 square feet of common space in Prairie Wind, where they have, they eat in the kitchen together, they have a living space together, and the bathroom is shared.
So that's called co-housing.
That would be a co-housing.
Sometimes called cooperative housing,
Yeah.
but.
Commune.
It's
But they.
Let's roll back to the 60s.
But they don't own it, they're renting it?
For free, it's now expensive.
It sounds like college housing.
That's what I
But they
was
have
thinking too.
17 years old to 80 years old that live there.
Right, but that's the same
But it's
theory. I mean,
college housing.
that's how I relate it to it, and that's what it is.
It's a dorm. It's a dorm.
Keep it an option, explore.
What? Yeah, I don't ever want to go back to.
Oh, it is not. To me.
That is not in my top 5 retirement plans.
Nope.
It works for them, they have to do
Clothing
rental
option.
rates from the
Right.
exists. The fashion is different.
That was through the.
Yeah.
Wouldn't.
Don't limit.
I know.
Don't limit yourself. That beats fluff. And in Paris.
Well, hey, it's not a B and B then.
Exactly, yeah.
Right.
So we want to leave 3 as is?
Yeah, I think Explorer is a good one.
Okay.
I like Explore for that, and I really appreciate how Hannah made that distinction. I think that can help guide us moving forward. Tiny houses, you know, and some of those things are a mixed bag, so we're gonna explore instead of encourage in this situation.
Okay, so number 4, encourage the construction of mixed income housing developments that include a range of housing types and price points to meet the needs of residents at all income levels. Any debates, questions? Good as is. Number 5, then entice young, I guess we'll question that, families to relocate by creating and adopting a family-friendly multifamily zoning district.
Not really relevant if we don't need zoning.
Right. So scratch 5.
Same thing with the next one.
Let's say if we're gonna get anywhere, we're not gonna get.
Oh, probably like we will, but
They'd like
things
to.
will plan it. Some people would like to.
Well,
They didn't miss a meeting.
it's the next phase. This is just what
Part
the
of the
county.
comprehensive plan.
Well,
Okay.
Huh?
Well, doesn't that kind of go with one?
George's goal too is renovate housing.
We'll move to determine.
Well, George wanted to talk about housing renovation program.
The land use.
If you drop that.
We dropped in 7.
Yeah.
That would be related to zoning.
I guess what I'm looking at, what we're doing right now is kind of the guiding of what we would like it to be. And then if that gets approved, then we can look at the next step, which is how are we gonna make it happen? Which would include the
Measurable action items.
Right.
Our
Which,
township is, I mean, we're
Yeah, and then don't.
right. And in order to get this through, we just gotta be careful to avoid
Hey, Charlie,
those.
I have one question backing up to 5. I know that you guys wanted to scratch it, but what if you just removed zoning districts from it? And just say,
Encourage.
encourage
Family.
instead of entice. Young families to relocate by creating and adopting a family-friendly and multi-housing. Well, you can take this out. You just want to entice them to relocate. Yeah.
I mean, if we're playing the don't call it zoning game.
Right.
If you encourage,
Right.
yeah, if you want to still encourage, drawing young families here. Yeah, encourage the creation of creating and adopting family land use. Yeah.
Well,
All
most
the land
housing
use
is
and
family
population.
friendly. I mean, what do we need?
Yeah, and then it also feeds back into number 3, when you're exploring those types of accessory housing, dwelling units, tiny homes and other things like that.
Perhaps it's my age showing, but I would think if you want to entice families, because now there are many parents that are 50 that are just having children, and what's a young family? Do you base that on the age of the children?
Get
You
rid of
base
the word
that-
young.
Yeah.
Starting families.
You could just,
Yeah.
you
Just,
you can take young.
just
out.
fix
Take young out.
Families, that's more because grandparents now raise their kids.
And I would probably suggest instead of using the land use, use housing or housing. So just finish that sentence with, like family-friendly, multifamily housing.
So
Now we just encourage family friendly and multi-family.
And that's what we're
housing.
going to.
housing development.
Encourage
Why is that?
family-friendly, multifamily housing.
Encourage family friendly and multi.
Not to be argued, isn't that what 4 says? I mean,
Yeah.
That's the same thing.
Mhm.
Yeah,
This
I think we
doesn't
take it
have
out.
families in-
Well, this is for the needs of residents. This would be encouraging people to relocate from outside.
Right.
When 4 is addressing current residency.
I don't think people are gonna move to Vernon County for the housing. They're gonna move here for a job, for a school.
But
first where they want to be, and then they find the job after.
They're
That's the
gonna
economic
not
trend.
live here.
Well, that's why it's
Right.
Yeah.
It wasn't for the housing, it was where I wanted to live in this county.
Yeah.
Work
Or
out.
this
That's
area.
why Bozeman, Montana is flourishing right now because it's coming into a tech mecca. So there are millennials moving to the area, starting tech businesses, and they're running at, housing is like nearly $1 million. The,
Like family friendly housing.
we're not trying to
That's important.
but,
Yeah.
but people are moving to places like that.
With our rural broadband, we do have that potential.
I think that maybe we should hold here and review the survey results, because when we're revising these, they're kind of related to the survey results, or it's something we should think about. And I see that as being, that's number 6. But it's probably something we should look at and then revisit these goals. Then I think we'd hate to go through all these goals and then look at the survey and say, oh, said something entirely different in the survey.
Well,
Now granted, the survey isn't be all end all, but it is something we should look at. Would that be agreeable? Yeah.
and sometimes leadership is ignoring what the public thinks now
Right.
and providing a different path that might be, we study and so forth, to certainly be a better path than what the public is currently following.
Or did you just go scowling on us? Yeah, we won't listen to the public. We know what they want.
I'm just saying that just because there's a public opinion, a particular path doesn't mean that that's the best path for running from the future. Well, I got my.
What question on that did you want to start with, Jack?
So I'll put stopped here at goal 2, renovate housing. And then,
So I'll go back to that.
you want to just start from the top, the respondent demographic characteristics?
What do you want us to do with this results?
I guess just read it, and then there's sort of bullet points for each of the topics that came out. So, I'll just go through the demographics. There are 654 responses, 23% from the city of Viroqua, 8% from the town. Majority of respondents worked in the city of Viroqua. There are 2 big age groups for 26 to 45, and then 46 to 65 are the big majority of the respondents. 57% were homeowners, 18% owning farmland. The significant portion of the residents have lived in their houses for 20 to 40 years. And 25% of that own businesses, business owners, primarily agriculture. And it, kind of says at the end there, what Pete just mentioned, this demographic profile and the responses gathered may not completely capture the broader needs and priorities of the entire population, especially those of less established non-agricultural communities. And then looking ahead, many current residents aspire to acquire more land in Vernon County.
Jack, if I can follow up on that comment, because of that, we thought that might be the case, that we might have more respondents from a particular geographic area. That seems to be the case. Matt passed around a handout of 3 pages, a story of now, story of the future, and pathways. And the reason why that got included was if you're going to be making data-driven decisions, using feedback. This was research that was conducted by UW-Madison with the Valley Stewardship Network. I, at the time, was involved with that. With another graduate student, what we did was we ran around and collected in-depth structured interviews with approximately 30 folk living in and around the area, a broad span of individuals, and they were able to talk to us about what they thought the story of now in this moment looked like, what they'd like to see in the future, and then the pathways in order to get there. So that was a very open-ended, in essence, survey that was collected here. What we have before us that Jack has is the, in essence, quantitative data. What you are presented there on those infographics is a consolidation of threads of continuity that we found from the different interviews based off of quantitative data. So that was in-depth responses. And I thought it was interesting, some of the overlap that we found and then some differences. But I just thought to resource the commission with as much data as there is out there, rather than having it collect dust, have it inform the decisions that you're doing. So it just was shared with you here.
Can I ask one question too?
Yeah.
So when we're talking about the number of responses that came from City of Viroqua, which is very high,
Yeah.
what percentage of the county is that? I forgot to do the calculation.
Don't know.
Okay, because when you're looking at nearly half of the
What's still
responses coming
40
from, yeah, I was
4,300?
very disappointed to
It's
see how few from my town responded.
Me too. I'm very disappointed. in
So
that.
I don't want all of our
Yeah.
decisions to be based on what a very small percentage.
Isn't it notable participation from the residents of the city of Viroqua and town of Viroqua at 23% and 8%?
No.
Yes.
We're saying
It's about 13%. It's right around there.
Okay,
Yeah.
so yeah, so
And I-
half of our responses came from 13%.
And I'm rounding numbers in there, so
Okay.
it's right around 13%.
And I'm thrilled that people did there, but I was hoping that we'd get a bigger response from outside of the
Yes.
local Westby area,
Right,
because that's,
that's what we
I
want.
mean, well, we wanted what we got,
Right.
but we also wanted more, you know, 'cause I'm guessing we didn't get hardly any Amish responses.
Yeah. it's just-
We had a handful,
But with the numbers, I guess with the number of Amish that are there compared to the number of responses in the townships,
yeah,
we didn't get much.
no, it was right around 20 or so.
My
Yeah.
gut is this is not uncommon for community engagement in this county.
Right,
My
but,
gut is
Right.
this is relative.
but to me, this supports George's idea of, are we supporting the whole population?
Mhm.
Because
Right.
what we're hearing from is a very limited
Mhm.
response
Mhm.
group.
White Sound just wants to be left alone anyways.
Well, doesn't everybody?
Yeah.
Jack,
The 2009, there was, they mailed them out at that time, and they mailed out a certain number to each of the municipalities, the 33 municipalities. They wanted a goal of 700 to be mailed out. They mailed out 657, and of that, 306 were returned. We have over double at least, but there is that skewed of a particular
Right.
geographic
Mhm.
region or concentration.
mhm,
So just to mention, not to skip ahead, but item 7 is community engagement. So we would like to do some kind of road shows around the county to kind of validate all this. So
Right.
I guess when we get our goals and objectives approved, then we'll take that plan out, get feedback on that. So this won't be the only source, but it's,
I would suggest you take that to towns then,
yes, yes.
whereas last time they took it to 3 municipalities or something. Maybe take it to town government so that you get different kind of input.
for the town-
Collaborate on a list and then bring it back.
for the town association meeting,
Yeah,
that would get
and I mean,
most of anybody.
it didn't coincide the towns association meeting, so I went out to, I don't remember how many townships.
Quite a few.
Quite a few.
Yeah, I took the dog and pony show on the road.
It didn't
Try to
get
get as
much
many
more
as-
response, no.
It is, yeah. I mean, I thought we'd be better because I wanted to hit everything, all of them before the election. So they would post our flyers, so they'd have the paper copies for people who didn't have computers and all that stuff. So, I mean, that was my goal, was before the election. And
Appreciate that.
I mean, it was one last push after the elections, but,
Yeah, and we
I
could
was
with
hoping
this,
for more.
but there's no reference hardly to Amish at all in here.
Right.
It's-
Roads.
Yeah.
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 Very-
So it's, I don't know what's going on, but we're not comprehensive at this point.
Well, it's a
What did-
process. It's a
So we just zoomed through what did response value about Vernon County? I just have some bullet points there. So page 2, natural beauty, community and safety, local services and amenities, outdoor activities. I'm sure that's no surprise to anybody here. And then where do respondents want to see change? Page 2 there, improved infrastructure, housing development, support for youth and families, after-school programs, daycare. And then housing got into affordable housing as a priority, support for diverse housing options. And this is kind of related to the survey. Interest in, or the objectives. Interest in sustainable growth in tiny homes, preservation and development balance, and housing locations and services. Housing location near service, I guess you could say that one. And then a list of sustainability and resilience points. These are some of the highlights: renewable energy initiatives, conservation of natural resources, sustainable agriculture and land use, infrastructure resilience, community engagement, education, environmental conservation, and outdoor recreation. And the last 2 points, small family farms and daycare, were broken out a little bit more. And essentially, deep-seated appreciation for support for small family farms, highlighting their pivotal role within the community and the challenges faced by traditional small farms and competing with larger agricultural enterprises as far as land prices and use. And then daycare, last point, covered affordability, accessibility of daycare, quality and safety, support for working parents, expansion of services, and integration with community services. Overall, the survey reflects a community that values its natural environment, quality of life, sustainable practices, community well-being, and support for local business and small family farms, while also expressing concerns and desires for improvements in housing, job opportunities, renewable energy, infrastructure, and childcare services. So that's kind of the summary. It's not too much different than the previous one. There was a few changes, but pretty similar to the first go round where we only had 560 responses. So I think that's just relevant when we're going over these, just so you can kind of have that and you can think about it more, read it more. There are the raw survey results in your packet in the folder. Gonna have a look through those. This is some neat word clouds that show them the results. And the one that was really the best to me was, are you a business owner? And the answer was 9 words, agriculture. So, and that word cloud, so that's pretty easy to see there.
I like that.
That's a clear one. The other ones are like, you don't know exactly what it is.
Jack, I have a question about the response.
Okay, go ahead.
Question number 10, please share your thoughts on what attributes in Vernon County are important. Is the cloud that's there, like words that came out from the other text, or, and I'm asking because enforce is there, and I was shocked to see that. Not questioning but like, it's a different color, you know, it's prominently placed. Now it's like, where did that come from?
As you can see, these are the text answers. So safety is a big thing in there. And
okay. Drug recreation, I guess.
If you read some of the comments, it talks about like safe environments, you know, kind of related to law enforcement.
Forced drug recreation.
It's
Vernon County, classic. Should we be reading them together in a
They are not scientific. What I do know is the bigger the word, the more
really
kinds of words. Okay, and that's what I thought, but maybe
it's about as much
still
as you can put that.
Okay.
They're kind of like, it's interesting.
It was fascinating.
Times change.
It just caught my attention.
I think the agriculture one is the most clear one. So anyways, do we want to go back to the goals for the remaining?
Yeah.
And it's okay if we take a little break.
No.
I guess we don't really want.
Only have one hand.
I know.
Well, it is.
We can continue with Williams.
Yeah,
Forced drug recreation.
but you must.
Goal two,
Renovate.
under housing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Number one, the only thing, instead of new residential, would it be for new residential? So you're creating acquisition and demolish grant program to offset demolition costs for new residential and mixed use makes more sense than of.
Well, I'm opposed to one, supporting financially demolition of existing buildings. I think that comes back to, this tear down and rebuild is very inefficient. It conserves significant resources and energy. If someone wants to go down and wants to tear something down and build something new, then that should be at their cost, I think. I do like preserving existing housing stock, maybe provide grants. That's another question there, whether the county's really going to step in financially for something like that. But construction or renovation of affordable housing, et cetera. I would take number one out, frankly.
Can we ask Amy Oliver a question real quick about the CDI grants for the county? Because it is possible that we already are, have
She'll
the,
do it.
I'm
Yes.
doing this.
And what?
Almost done.
Amy, can you talk about CDI grants?
Amy, do you want to talk about your CDI grant, please?
CDI.
No.
I didn't jump in.
Mhm.
So she's just acting like she's there.
Mhm.
She's on the phone right now.
Oh,
Oh, okay. Yeah,
so let's table one, and we'll come back to it. Number two, then, preserve existing affordable housing stock by providing grants for, well, that's going to answer that too.
Yes.
So number three, implement programs and partnerships to renovate and preserve existing affordable housing units.
That'd be number one instead of three.
Two, three.
But that's three will depend on if there's money to do it too, won't it? I mean,
Might not even do that. Okay.
so now we're revolving loan fund.
I see what you mean.
Rather encourage.
Encourage, yeah.
This whole section spends a lot of money.
It does.
Yeah,
Mhm.
this is.
Well, but floodplain and stuff, that's federal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
we already do.
And I don't know if we can, I mean, with the dams going out, with the maps being redrawn, that's kind of premature at this point until we know where we're at.
And they probably won't buy them out anymore.
But they still have FEMA still has the bio program. The problem with it right now is it hasn't, their values hasn't caught up with the explosion in prices on homes. So when they give you a price, they're like, we'll give you 40,000 for that and you can sell it for 250. Why would you do
Right.
that? So that's the issue with it right now. That hasn't caught up. It's a federal program. It's slow. It eventually will catch up, but it's going to take some
I
time.
agree completely with Matt, and also a lot of the low hanging fruit is gone. A lot of the ones that want to sell and want to be bought out.
So,
Yeah.
Jack, are we at the point that just goal two as a whole waits until Amy can answer that question?
Sure.
Mhm.
We can move forward on the transportation element?
Yep.
So are we striking five then? Did I see that? Keep that.
Tell us.
Oh, the whole-
No, the whole.
I think all of goal two, we're just gonna wait till we can find out if there's already a program in place. That way we're not waiting. So transportation element, goal one, improve and maintain the roads for all users. Take a look at those, see if there's anything we can strike. There's more on the next page too.
Like if there's ever a category that should include something about Amish.
Yeah.
Well, and that's where we tried to get not too specific
Right.
and we tried to go for all users.
Well,
All mode of transportation.
Anyone you talk to, this is one of our biggest conflicts in this community is Amish and roads, the damage they do or do not do. I'm not saying exactly what we should do, but
I guess I'm against saying Amish if we say horse, because other people drive horses
There you go.
or ride horses. I mean,
Mhm.
just to be politically correct, I don't know.
Oh, you're right. you're right.
Mhm.
How are you gonna word it?
First of all,
I would say it's one of the more
Horse-driven
frequent
vehicles.
conflicts I hear about.
the
Right.
problem is we have no good solution. There is a developed, whether it's usable or not, a rubber boot for horses, supposedly supplies. I mean, the problem the Amish have is if you don't have not only horseshoes, but they sound weld. It's a process similar to welding these little spots on it. Sometimes they're that deep so that
Going
all around the
downhill,
horseshoe so that there's traction.
Yeah.
Without those,
You can't get up and down our hills. Yeah.
yeah, and
they do a lot of damage.
It's dangerous for the horses, it's dangerous for the riders. So that's why they do it. But those things just dig the hell out of the roads. I mean, we're seeing wear on town roads just 2 or 3 times as fast as it would normally go.
But didn't Bill
the
say
steel
that
wheels.
there's no really way to?
Yeah,
There is a rubber boot now that is being developed, and I've suggested to Amish, and I think they laughed at me, but you know, something that would provide traction for the horse without the damage. Now, that's the solution, but we don't have, whether that's feasible as rubber boots or anything else, I don't know, but it is really one of our big concerns. It's really probably doubled the cost for townships in terms of maintaining their roads.
Which is already the majority of what towns pay completely out.
Right.
Well, Phil says that those roads wear out 6 times faster.
6 times.
You know, so I don't know. He's seen it. I trust what he says because he sees it all the time.
Oh, sure.
Oh, yeah, the
Well,
pitting from all the
yeah.
steel wheels. It's
And then you get
We live in a
freeze thaw action in there.
high
In there. Yeah.
Amish traveled road and it's terrible.
I don't know if it's like explore and encourage, and we can work on the rest of the verbiage, but for us to ignore the horse and buggy conflict with the township roads and the county roads being maintained is for us like, let's throw this whole plan out. We're ignoring. It's to be one of the most important things that I see at the township level with direct conflict in the community.
The only other solution would be separate lanes, just like you have a bike path. But
And that was one of the suggestions in the survey.
Yeah, it would be
but
cheap.
it's difficult.
Yeah, that would not be, yes.
Yeah, you got a road that goes through hillsides, up and
Yeah.
around curves.
Well,
Now
and
it's
extending culverts.
expanded by 50%.
Oh, okay. Okay, we haven't gotten anywhere anyway, so let's go back to 2 then and let Amy go.
You're on, Amy.
So I was hearing my name in parts of the question, but could you repeat the question for me?
So we wanted to know that within the CDI grants.
Gotta get up there.
Somebody tell us what CDI
Okay,
is.
so Amy, within your CDI grants, in goal 2 for the renovate housing, number 1, create an acquisition and demolition grant program to offset demolition costs of new residential or mixed-use development. Is within the CDI grants, when municipalities or townships apply for it, is that something that they can already utilize within the, say that they have acquired a property that has a house on it that needs to be demoed, that it transferred back to the township or the municipality after someone's unfortunate demise? There's not a better way to say that.
Well,
So you're wanting to know if there's grant programming available already for this, where we wouldn't have to create it?
Yeah, within your CDI. I didn't know if that's an acceptable one. I'm not sure all the details of it, so we wanted you to explain it.
Well, so the CDI grant through like Wisconsin Economic Development, or are you referring to the county community development grant program?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So, well, either way, I think acquisition and demolition grant programs exist. Many, though, from FEMA and CDBG and the DNR are related to flooding and those that are in the floodplain. So the county community development grant program, local governments across the county can apply for up to $10,000 that they could use to demo a property if they wanted to do something else with that space, as long as the Economic Development Committee approved of that project proposal. They could also use it towards match toward a larger grant that would include possibly demolition of a structure in that space. So then they could reconstruct or redevelop some other structure, business, park, and so forth. Does that help?
Yeah, we just want to know if there's already something that the county has that could be potentially utilized under this space.
I will say though, right now the county has that, right? That's funded through Ho-Chunk funding that we receive, which is not guaranteed for life, right? And the county finance committee and board has to approve of this grant program every year.
Can you tell us what CDI stands for, CDI grant?
Well, so the CDI grant is through Wisconsin Economic Development. That's Community Development Investment Grant. The county grant is a CDG, Community Development Grant. So two very different ones. Community Development Investment Grant is more geared toward like businesses, building reservation, historic preservation, new construction, infrastructure improvements, and so forth. And communities can apply for up to $250,000.
Thanks, Amy.
Yeah, thank you.
And does the county's community development grant also applicable for preserving existing housing stock, construction or renovation of affordable housing?
It could, yes, they could propose that as a project. Really, the project is geared toward any proposal that would impact, right, their community positively, enhance economic development and resiliency. Again, the max request amount is $10,000. So, and then they have to match that 1-to-1. So we're looking at a $20,000 project, which only goes so far. So they would definitely have to identify other funding sources, which could be a challenge for some, depending on the project.
And they would be competing with the entire state for that money?
Not
Or
for this.
Is there set aside for
County.
Is there earmarked for county?
Not for the county.
$10,000 one is the Vernon County.
Is a Vernon County
Okay.
grant.
Yeah. The $250,000 grant, yes, they are competing among the state. And that one is pretty competitive.
I helped administer that grant. So
Oh, did you? We were involved with it. When it first got going.
Oh, yeah.
Like identifying neighborhoods
Yep.
and all of that. So I thought it was great. Because we had a lot of housing stuff that needed to be demoed, and we were looking at ways for providing incentives to either developers or homeowners to demo and rebuild, especially in some of those first neighborhoods.
So back to number 1 then. 1 and 2, I think 2 addresses what you were talking about, George, is
Well,
saving a place.
Right.
But 1 would be if a house is non-salvageable and then tear it down and build. So we got to look at it 2 different ways. Is the original structure salvageable or not? And then is the structure good? And somebody wants to tear it down just to make something bigger, which is to your point, but there's 2 ways of looking at it depending on how the property is.
Well, I wasn't too involved and didn't pay a lot of attention, but whether a property needs to be demoed or not is really a value decision. We just saw in the city of Viroqua, the city hall. Many people thought that building was a strong, sound building, could be renovated and serve various purposes. Others wanted to see some different use of that structure. And that's what I'm saying is not structure, that space. And so they demoed the entire building. Now they have a vacant lot that they can use for other uses, but was that the most efficient use? I'm not making a value judgment myself. I don't know enough about that city hall, but that's an example of whether a building really needs to be demoed or not is a value judgment. Sometimes it is pretty obvious there's nothing left you can do with it, but old buildings can be renovated substantially.
Like black mold and asbestos and other things like that come into play as well for safety.
But for some projects, it's cheaper to start over and build too.
Yeah.
I mean, you can argue it either way. I mean, it's.
Well, I moved here, I bought a structure of a log cabin that was built in 1850, 1860, something like that, had been abandoned for 20 years. And yes, it may have been slightly cheaper, although frankly, I think it was about a wash in terms of saving that building and building onto it and expanding it and insulating it and doing a lot of stuff to it to end up with a house to live in. But yes, maybe it would have even been cheaper, but yet I preserved something that existed that provides some historical continuity to now. I just have some antagonism towards the concept of let's just tear it down and start over. It's cheaper. That's a very common view, Charlie. I don't disagree with it.
Well, I'm just saying financially, if you're looking at it just financially, because I know of some projects that, I mean, you start adding on and doing stuff, it's much more expensive.
Well, and one and two are kind of, go ahead, sorry.
But I'm just saying, do we want to limit? I mean, if we offer they're gonna have to have a pitch if we're gonna do a grant anyway. I mean, if it makes absolutely no sense, you're not gonna agree to it. So.
Well, I just think that's something that if it senses a value judgment, I think that's up to the individual owner. If they want to make the investment to tear it down because it's cheaper, fine. I don't think that's something the county should get into is encouraging by providing funds to demolition of buildings. I'm sure there may be instances where I totally would agree, but I just don't think that's something we want in terms of the goals, meaning as a
I mean, we're not
sub goal.
just saying demolition.
Well,
I feel like it's 1 and 2 are partnered essentially, right? Like some of it is we're
I think
encouraging renovation.
two separate,
Well,
one's preserved, one's ripped down, because sometimes the demolition costs are prohibitive to anything happening with a vacant.
Well, but I'm looking at the goal. If the goal is for new residential or multi-use, you could tear down an old house that, yeah, you probably could save, but you're still gonna have one person there. Or you could put in a 8-bed, or an 8-room apartment in that same space. It's specific to the scenario, I guess, is what I'm getting at, and I don't know if I am comfortable limiting somebody's options because of that.
Well, I think that 1 and 2 are two different scenarios.
Right.
And
Well,
but they are both addressing affordable housing. And that's the goal.
well, number 1 says we're just going to give grants for it. Number 2 says we'll lend them the money and it'll be repaid through generated by new profit, a TIF district in essence.
I think 1 just states that we have the ability to create one, but it's not saying that we are going to. That's something that you can identify later on as you go. But this one's just giving us the opportunity or the option to.
So do you want to?
Especially because Amy already said that there is a possibility within her CG.
Right, but this says we're going to create.
Yeah, you just have to get rid of create, like explore or,
Oh, yeah.
you know. Yeah.
Which would probably be done in economic development.
So just strike, create, and put explore for 1.
And I still think,
yeah.
and I still think we should change after offset demolition costs, I would say 4.
Or new.
Because right now you're saying offset demolition cost for new residential. Why would you destroy a new residential?
Right, yeah, right.
Not either.
That doesn't make sense.
New residential makes sense.
so how would 1 read then? Explore and acquisition.
Or, yeah, and then instead of
4.
or 4, it's of, yeah.
Okay.
Well,
Or of 4, yeah,
I would go
whatever.
against that. Yeah, anything that is an acquisition and demolition grant program, we're going to set up. Even we're exploring it. Well, maybe we should do that. It leaves open that we think there may be we should have a program to acquire and demolition property. That's a lot different than saying, well, we may support that in a particular project, but this says we're going to go out there and provide a program.
Well, it's explore, we're gonna look at it. We're not necessarily, we're not.
Yeah, we're going to explore a program that says that actively pursue the demolition of property.
Well, it's just saying that we're going to explore it. It means that we could, as far as the county side of things, we could just put resources out there for current grant programs that are already going. Should municipalities or townships want to apply for it on their own. That's really, to me, what I'm interpreting it as.
Yeah, I don't think this is saying that we're gonna like hand out sledgehammers and.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I guess I keep thinking of the house over on West Broadway that just got knocked down recently, and then they picked the house up from the farm on the north side of town and
Yep.
brought it to that lot. Like, that's a great.
And that
example.
wasn't salvageable because
Yeah, that
I live
house
right
that
by
was
there
was
and that's,
in really bad shape, but the house on the farm up across from Walmart was
Yep.
great, and they picked it up and set it on that lot.
Mhm.
So is there controversy with the word grant?
I don't think it's a goop from a grant. If I'm reading George right, I think it's just, he doesn't want to have anything where you're destroying a property.
Well, I think that should be an individual value judgment of the owner, and they have to take the responsibilities. That's what they're gonna change the use of the property. But
Unless it's like a municipality or township that owns it and would need additional funding.
Well, and
Yeah,
again,
if they acquire the property, that's really why I'm asking you to talk about what the county offers right now. Because it's already something that it could be applicable within, and she, as much as say with that, so.
well, or it might be something where some of these return properties to the county clerk or to the treasurer
Yeah.
would be more saleable if they say, yeah, we'll help you remove the building and then we can do something else.
Yeah.
I mean, it's so scenario based, but
That's why I think explore is more beneficial there than create, because it allows that, the more so the opportunity.
And I don't, I don't want you to think that everything in here you have to do, like, these are just goals and objectives. Not everything about this plan will be implemented, but
see, I personally like that because I can think of some scenarios over the years where property sat, you've got a house that there is no save, where if you had something where you could do that, they probably would have torn it down and did something else.
And
I
it
mean,
might be one that doesn't qualify for FEMA because it's just out of the
I mean,
floodplain.
I don't say you want to take a grant, a good house and tear it down.
There's gonna be, and if it's a grant, there's gonna be a grant process.
Right.
So there's gonna be a screening process. It's not like they come in here and go, I need money.
Right.
Here you go.
Yeah, it'd be
You know,
like,
that's
saying,
not
I
what
want to
happened.
tear down my house so I can build, something
Yeah.
different.
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess we have one that's against it. I get everybody else is,
let's go forward.
That's good.
Oh, yeah.
believe it with those two changes. So explore and
so
four.
explore. And then I'm confused about the 4. Where was the 4? So
It says demolition grant program to offset demolition costs of new residential. I'm saying offset demolition costs for new residential. Because it sounds, the way it's worded, it sounds like you're tearing down new.
That's good.
Okay, so number 2, preserve existing affordable housing stock by providing grants for the construction or renovation of affordable housing repaid through the revenue generated by new property taxes. So that's a TIF district, basically.
Why don't we just take out repaid through the revenue generated by new property taxes? So it's on the same basis, preserving existing. Well, I don't know about providing grants. I don't know if Vernon County is going to provide grants for that, but maybe we want to encourage the preservation of existing affordable housing stock. The county,
Community development grant, OCHA funding.
Yeah, there's the two sources that were brought
Two
up.
instances.
George, are you saying possibly ended just at housing because
Yep.
after
Right.
that it's almost too prescriptive?
Exactly.
they got repaid through.
Taxes.
Oops. Right.
It's a whole nother. Okay, so everybody's good with 2? Going on to 3, implement programs and partnerships to renovate and preserve existing affordable housing units.
It's almost.
Doesn't that the same as 2? Do we have an okay for strike 3?
Yes.
Number 4, create a revolving loan fund to renovate existing affordable housing.
I'm not against it, but do not like the create it being guidelines.
Well,
Explore.
it kind of sounds like 2. I mean,
Yeah, it does. Sound like
renovation
two
of
repaid.
existing housing.
Yeah.
It's the fun part.
Well,
Difference is if a
Loan
loan
fund is
person
different,
grant.
What?
A loan is different than a grant.
Yeah, you're
A
right.
grant, they wouldn't have to be repaid with a loan.
Yeah.
And your community development grant is a revolving fund.
Amy
no,
is
no.
shaking her head.
No, it's not.
No, that one
Okay.
is.
It's just it's a match grant or it's
Right.
100% match. Or 1-to-1. So it's 10,000, right, Amy?
Up to 10,000.
$10,000 to 20,000 total because the community would have to come up with 10,000 themselves.
Yes.
So, but they're not, like, nothing's being paid back in the sense of a loan.
I guess I'm questioning if 4 should be a action item for later in the process. I mean, if we decide that that's the way we want to go.
But it's still worth having
So
to
this-
explore.
Yeah, that's a, instead of create, go with explore.
Take out create, put an explore.
Okay, then number
5, we kind of talked about, strike that,
Yeah, that's like a fee.
right?
Yeah, FEMA. Okay, strike 5. 6, partner with local contractors, builders, and community organizations to coordinate volunteer-driven home repair programs for low-income homeowners.
Good idea.
Okay, again, do you want it as explore partnerships? Like explore.
Partner is an action item, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and it's gonna be a funding thing again, because,
Right.
I mean, you can always get a contractor to do the work if you pay them.
I think is what it's alluding to. Yeah.
Right,
It's
right.
almost alluding to Habitat for Humanity.
It is.
That's
It's the
the,
same.
yeah, same
Well,
concept
But
of
more
it.
of a renovation.
Should be more of a coolie cap kind of thing.
Mhm.
It's the doorstep.
So
Yeah.
that or move it to
Railing
action,
or-
or move it to
Just explore partnerships.
explore.
Later partnerships,
Committee
yeah.
deals with some of this
Looks good, I like it.
because they select people that are given these kinds of loans or grants. I mean, it's already done in.
So if the county wants to get in things and somebody gets hurt and then. we're-
Insulation and all of
I mean, with all the waivers and all that.
Maybe some retiring contractors want to make them.
Yeah, I mean, it's already done in the county.
I guess I don't see it as bad. I know, when I was in AmeriCorps, there was a separate part of AmeriCorps Vista that actually, they used, rehabilitated prisoners and stuff like that, and did all kinds of, those like AmeriCorps meets Habitat for Humanity. They were getting an amazing amount of work done, improving and new construction. But I like the idea, or at least possibility of
I
it.
think
It exists and it has been effective in other parts of the country.
That's our jail inmates to go help it.
Hey, I grew up in a prison city. We use prisoners to deal with our flood debris. I mean, I've done 12th Street restoration with prisoners. They get a bad rap.
Oh, my.
Well, that means you lost.
Okay, let's move on.
Yeah.
So thoughts on 6, where we at?
And,
Yeah, explore partnerships.
Just explore
Explore
partnerships.
partnerships.
Okay.
and then transportation, we were down to, we were adding one on 9.
Yep, economic discussion.
Yeah.
Well, that was kind of,
Well,
And transportation's old one.
yep. Now let's just start with 1. Improve and maintain existing roadways to ensure safety and efficiency for all modes of transportation. That's kind of a given.
Who would be opposed to that?
I'm not suggesting anything anymore. I'm just gonna bring it up. Somebody does, we'll move on. So everybody's good with 1.
Mhm.
All right. Number 2, work with regional transportation planners to ensure that the town's transportation
County.
network, again,
20.
county's transportation network integrates with broader regional systems.
Yeah.
Isn't that a DOT thing now, kind of?
That was from the previous comp plan.
There's
But yeah.
planning, I mean, there's local planning.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
Local roads, planning, funding. Through the local.
I guess I just don't see any new roads being, I mean, major roads being built.
No.
But
they're expensive. You can't buy it.
Roundabouts.
Circle rounds.
Yeah.
Yeah, roundabouts might be a possibility in some areas.
Right, well, they're putting in a couple. I mean, we got 1427 T and Westby's getting the one, and again, that's DOT, that's not a county,
Well, they took
that's not a county
proposed-
function, I guess is where I'm,
And then.
Well, the county will come in and look at your plan though, you know, and say what you want to do in your
Well, part of.
local county or
And also.
whatever.
Periodically, just about.
You do set the path.
we could put a roundabout in Dell.
We already have one. We have an Amish
You
roundabout,
kind of
a
do.
little triangle.
Yeah, that's right.
Stuff like that.
Okay, so 2 is good as is, with the exception of changing town to county,
Yeah.
okay?
Yep.
Number 3, develop infrastructure to promote alternative modes of transportation and connect key destinations.
Got UTVs going now.
But that's on the road, that doesn't change, you
Yeah.
don't have to do anything different with
We're
that.
talking about,
Alternate mode of transportation.
So number, is 3 and 4 though, develop and maintain pedestrian bicycle infrastructure? Is that where we're going with 3, or? is that-
busing, bikes, or is busing rolled right in with?
Oh, that busing would fall under 3, yes, that'd be different. So like more like the smart buses and,
Mhm.
or buses to employers or something.
Mhm.
Cause Organic Valley did that for a while, but they quit, didn't they?
I think so, yeah.
Cause I know, like, what is it, Ashley in Arcadia? They were doing that out of La Crosse.
Mhm.
So 3, yes, no changes. Everybody's tired and just doesn't care.
I like it, and actually, I think 3 could encompass things we're not even thinking of.
Right. Okay, so 3 stays as is. 4.
I guess my only question before is that, are those the intro words we want, develop and maintain? But
Yeah.
besides that, I believe we hear significant requests.
Expand.
Bike path to Sidey Hollow is just one example that I hear constantly, but you know, and that is encompassed, and a lot of things are encompassed in here. I'm okay with develop and maintain also. I don't need this to be explored or supported or.
Who would be charged with that development though?
Right.
Matt.
No, I would not. I don't have anything.
Well,
Bikes,
but like,
No, that's a much better answer.
but like bike sharing programs, do we want to
Yeah.
go there?
No, we don't.
That one feels a little weird.
I don't know if we want to.
Program does feel a little out of.
Well, it's for city use. It's like Madison has them, Green Bay has them, Milwaukee has them. I don't think we want to go
Right,
that
Door
route.
County has.
Yeah,
their-
yeah.
their-
Bike sharing programs, multi-use trails and horse
I mean.
lanes.
For the Amish.
For the mountain biking trail.
It's a rental program.
Right.
But
We don't run.
But it's still bikes that they have. They have
Right.
set aside for that specific thing.
I just,
But we're saying as a county, we want to have bicycles that people can take, grab and go.
yeah,
Yeah.
I think,
I love it when I visited places and I can rent a bike. Like,
Private.
if I
but that's,
did not
yeah,
bring my bike with me and you could rent a bike for a couple of hours, like I'll give Marquette, Michigan, as an example. Like they have them right on their waterfront and it's like they have amazing trails.
But like at Sidey Hollow, you can camp and
Much more than you
rent a bike or something. Okay.
It could be a revenue generator in the long run for the
Down in
county.
the corner.
Especially if you did something in the parks.
Well, to your point, I can see bike rental. I have a problem with bike sharing.
Right,
That means we're buying it, they're just taking them out, bringing them back.
yeah.
right.
There's a difference in that,
Yeah.
to me.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't know.
Well, it could be,
Do you want to change it to
You-
bike rental?
you help a nonprofit, which would probably be the best scenario, like
We'll do it.
help a nonprofit get going and do that.
Yeah,
So, and the newest kind of bicycle is an electric bike. So how does that fit into this non-motorized?
Maybe it has to do a lot. They usually state that they're allowed for e-bike.
Well, and that's the newest thing.
Yeah.
You know, that.
They're just spelled out.
And then some of the bike sharing programs, people really abused it and they were tossing them in the lakes and things.
Kind of like the picnic tables.
Right,
Yeah.
right, right.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
I think in some ways what you're saying is remove the bike sharing
yeah, yes.
aspect of this.
Yeah, that's good, yeah.
You want to encourage biking, but not necessarily bike sharing.
Well, back to the.
well, or do you want to say bike rental? If that's the point, if you want to say you have 4 or
What?
5 at Sidey that they could rent and then take on the trails and I don't know, I'm just, if we're
I think
gonna.
like renting a bike in the streets of Madison is way different from renting a mountain bike.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Those things are gonna get the crap. beat
Well, but then it's a liability and waivers and because somebody that doesn't know what they're doing is gonna hit a tree
Yeah,
and,
and are we gonna get sued?
well,
Yeah.
but that's
I don't,
all part of the discussion.
I mean, I could see something like at each end of the trail between us and Westby or something, where it's just like a road sort of thing, but I don't know. I see what you guys are saying with not removing the option because it could be something in the future.
And that can be specified later, like right now,
For sure.
the Brad goal.
Yeah.
So that can be specified later
Right.
in terms of how we actually want to utilize it. So I personally think it's beneficial to leave it in because we're like, it's among
Sharing rental.
the items of possibility.
But to Sandy's point, do we want to leave the non-motorized in there because e-bikes are technically motorized?
It's the only way I'm getting around in the driftless these days.
E-bike.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying.
So much
or-
popular.
Yeah.
So can we
Do you have one?
do a bike
Yeah,
renting
bike's on
program instead of a bike sharing program? Does that make people more comfortable with the language?
I just, there's no exercise. as I read this, though, develop and maintain kind of. Exercise.
Yeah.
That's not true.
It's kind of like a
It-
motorcycle without
It's
the.
sort of,
quiet.
it doesn't encourage you, it puts you on the hook. So maybe we just want to have explore.
But we do have the Westby Maroqua, bike, isn't it a committee?
Yeah,
It is.
there's a committee.
And they,
The cool trail.
Wouldn't they
Yeah.
take care of that?
exactly.
yeah, so we do have committees that do
I think
meet
that's going
about
out too far.
infrastructure related needs stuff and upkeep and stuff like that.
That's
For
the
those,
question.
Trail systems that we have right now.
Yeah. I don't-
And
being
Hillsborough
so
connects
specific.
with the other Sparta bike
Oh,
trail.
right.
Sparta
just
Leadsburg.
Take the bike sharing out, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I agree
Well-
with that. I would take it
Take the
out.
bike sharing out, and just make that a separate item.
Yes.
Say encourage bike sharing.
Well, and
Encourage
then,
a bike-
to me, I would say if you're gonna allow e-bikes, then take out the non-motorized,
Mhm.
Right.
just so we're not limiting.
I'm not sure
Okay.
if they consider e-bikes to be motorized or non-motorized. I don't know what,
Settle
they-
with them.
Depends on who you're talking to.
Well,
I'm not sure where they fall.
So I think you're spot on though with develop and maintain, getting rid of that.
Yeah, okay.
Right, and maybe just end it at somewhere in the trail.
That's what I believe too.
Yeah.
It's just ended at multi-use trails.
Okay. So develop it.
What do you guys think about that? It doesn't eliminate the potential of a bike share program necessarily.
Yeah, because nonprofits could always go and decide if they want.
Right, right. And that would be on them.
So encourage pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure, including sidewalks, bike lanes, multi-use trails. Take off the bike sharing, or just straight through everything.
Straight through everything, period.
Okay.
Trails. Yes.
Okay, so argument's sake, you've got pedestrian, bicycle infrastructure. What about these college kids and these longboards? You know, they're like skateboards, but the big ones. They use those all over the place. Is that something that?
I'm sorry, can we back up?
Leave it
It's
as a trail
healthy.
manager to decide.
I don't,
Right.
I don't necessarily like scratching out and improving the connectivity between residential areas. We could just scratch to promote non-motorized mode
Okay.
travel.
Yeah.
And that just note, improve connectivity between residential areas
Yep.
and commercial centers.
Yeah.
Because in college towns, those longboards and stuff are huge. Or are you gonna say skateboarding? Or I know there's people that have skate and do the cross-country skiing thing on the trail, local Westby Trail. I'm just, are we limiting by saying bicycles?
Yes,
Yes.
you are limited.
That's why we want it to be multi-use.
Yep.
Multi-use, multi-use trails.
Well, but there's all these other things, and as soon as somebody will come up with something else.
So are we working on the roads now, or are we working
Not yet.
on roads and trails?
Well, we're still on 4 as far as I know.
Yeah. Where do we get the trails?
Yeah.
There's multi, it says encourage
Multi-use trails.
pedestrian and
That's on
bicycle
the
Package.
infrastructure, including bike lane, multi-use trails.
Where is that? This little thing?
Just multi-use trails, yep, and then rather than.
So how are you going to, what are
Well-
snowmobile trails and all that stuff? And
That's still multi-use.
Multi-use.
Mhm.
all right.
Walk on them.
Is there something we could use instead of bicycle to just say wheeled transport? I mean,
Well, if you say
that's not-
multi-use, it kind of catches it.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's why we're really focused on.
Just so then develop and maintain pedestrian and multi-use infrastructure.
Yes.
I like that better.
Yep.
You're back to develop rather than encourage?
No.
I wasn't sure.
Yeah, we wanted to encourage.
You want to go back to the encourage again?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, if we can get rid of bicycle and use multi-use, that'll make me happy.
Yes. Yes.
Encourage multi-use lanes and trails?
Infrastructure.
Yes.
Because there's so many more things. You go around the Eau Claire campus and they're buzzing around all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And then including to improve connectivity.
Yeah. Yes.
Somebody rewrite my son to go to school there. So yes, I'm up there way too much. And I'm leaving to go right after this meeting.
And bike sharing.
Yes.
Yeah, we're getting.
Start
We'll
taking
probably
a
finish.
stab at the Amish question.
Can you
Read
that again?
So what I think we've come to that. Well, I think that's done is encourage pedestrian and multi-use infrastructure, including sidewalks, bike lanes, multi-use trails. And I'm not sure how we led that into
To promote.
to improve connectivity between residential areas, centers, and recreational destinations.
You got that, Jeff?
Just
Yeah.
table this one.
Yep, got it.
We got the horses, we're 15 minutes potentially left in the
Okay.
meeting, and then just see what,
Five.
there's a lot of concepts here that are floating around. I don't hear a specific. And maybe people could just email those out and come back and tackle this one fresh for,
Mm-hmm.
I think, kind of running down here. That's my idea. Maybe finish our agenda and adjourn. This is an idea. Moving to table. Well, and maybe we hear Ben's proposal, but I think that to wind this all together, maybe we should come back at.
Well, can we just go through 5 through 8 here? I think there's
Yeah,
plenty of time.
yeah.
Okay.
And then we
we'll
can,
start with.
I mean, I think we're getting off topic where we're at. Because is this the proper place to address horses or is?
I think so.
Okay, well, but we're not there yet, so.
Yeah, let's get through 5
Because
and 8.
I'm at the same thing. So 5,
Yep.
now we're looking at policy ordinance, which isn't where we've gone before.
Right. Right.
So can we
Strike
Strike
five.
that.
5
Strike
for now?
Mm-hmm.
I would keep 6, but I would pull out when they are repaved or reconstructed.
Right.
Right.
Right. Because it's
So
not.
much end of it.
Anytime you can.
Mm-hmm.
What do you want to say?
I would just strike when they are repaved or reconstructed, the end
And
of
the
it.
transportation.
Yeah.
of course.
Yeah.
Everybody's good with 6 with that change?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, number 7, designate recreation corridors connecting population centers to outdoor recreation facilities with wide paved shoulders, slow streets, and off-road multi-use paths. Does that reference back to 4 that we were on?
Yeah, I was just looking at that too. Yep. Yeah. Yep.
So,
Great.
Or one more time.
You mean that?
I felt all of it.
Yeah.
okay, so
Who appointed?
So we're dropping 7.
Right, 7.
we're striking 7, saying it's covered in 4.
Yes.
Is that where we're at?
Yes.
Okay, then number 8, encouragement of neighborhood designs that support range of transportation choices and control speed using Traffic calming strategies. What's that, speed bumps?
No, this is the.
Oh, the curbs?
County
way up on the-
Put squirrely roads in and.
Lavender air fresheners.
Well, they're-
No, I think that's more specific to the city of Village of.
That doesn't feel like our role.
No, no, yes, I would too.
12 minutes, to talk about your pitch.
Okay, so
Okay, we're striking eight?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
So
Okay, I guess just so I'm-
then?
we're not gonna start speeding here to where we're not under control, so. Okay, so what's your Amish pitch?
explore and encourage alternative traction methods for horse and buggy transportation, which minimize damage and expenses to public roads. Would you like me to repeat it?
Yeah.
Explore and encourage alternative traction methods for horse and buggy transportation, which minimize damage and expenses to public roads.
That's why looking at one method.
But now we're,
Because there can be areas where you can widen out lanes, you can do that type of stuff. So it's only looking at
I
one.
didn't love the traction.
Exclusive.
Emissions from our vehicles.
Yeah, yeah.
You know,
No, we're not talking about, we are definitely talking about horse and
Really
buggy
efficient.
damage to roads
Yeah.
specifically is what we're trying to address. I'm not sure about the alternative or the traction methods part. But otherwise, I
Leave
feel
it
like,
out and then read the sentence.
Well, it's either that or alternative paths. And
Yeah.
That's somewhat, well,
that's not gonna happen.
yeah.
There's,
That's not gonna happen.
There's not
No,
enough
we looked
room
at-
on the road.
Well, and who's gonna foot the bill for it if
Right.
it's just for Amish? Because, we'll get crucified as a
or the
committee
damage
for
that
bringing that up.
you know, the worst part is the way it's going and the funding, you're better off to take those hills and put them back to gravel.
We did that.
Yeah.
We did
I
that.
mean, which isn't a popular, but that
Yeah.
Nope.
makes
Well,
more
Clinton
sense.
did that with Irish Ridge. And now it's back.
Yeah, okay, that's a whole new topic.
State.
Yeah.
Worked in a lot of state projects. The state puts a 6-foot shoulder on, and I pushed for that on the Sugar Grove Hill where there's
Oh,
multiple Amish, high
Yep.
speed traffic. We had a number of fatalities.
so,
6-foot shoulder. And if you go out there and drive that road, the roadway itself the pavement's fine.
right.
Look at the shoulder and it's worn. Well, that's what we want. We
Right.
want them out of the traveled way,
Correct.
So, I mean, it's a good option. And gravel shoulders, even if they're wide, they'll use them.
Mhm.
I
Yep.
think, so that's
But money.
what we found
Right.
with the DOT is that shoulders are great.
They also can be multi-use when they have shoulders.
And they can,
Yep.
then you got bicyclists.
Slow traffic,
Yeah,
Be out there, so
Yeah.
it's just something
Just
to.
when you've got a sill road coming up and been carved out of the side of the hill.
I know.
Yeah, it's not feasible for all town roads for sure, but
Well, but it's still a funding thing. I mean, that's bottom line is unless somebody wants to donate billions of dollars.
Can I try it without the traction methods?
Okay, right.
Explore and encourage alternatives for horse and buggy transportation, which minimize damage and expenses to public.
Sounds like you wanted to change some buggy.
That was my concern.
ATVs maybe for.
Yeah,
That was my concern also. Is that
I would-
like that?
Virgil and I kind of went around when Virgil was the commissioner here, and he contacted the state and talked about, how can we get additional funding to correct the damage from the Amish buggies? And they said, well, the county is free to go ahead and license every buggy in your county. And charge a licensing fee and put that directly towards road repair. And Virgil wouldn't touch it with a 10.
We've looked.
yeah,
we've
because they
looked
don't
at
want,
that.
they don't want a number associated because then they're individual.
Well,
I get-
but you could still put a wheel tax sticker or something that
Sticker,
doesn't
yep.
list them as
Yeah.
specific numbers.
Yeah.
But then the argument is, okay, we're focusing on buggies.
Right.
Okay, now we're talking, like these big manure haulers. They do more damage to the road edges than an Amish buggy, if you want to argue it that way.
But
So
they're
where do
exempt
you?
because they're.
They do
They're
structural.
exempt, and there's a big.
Well-
Exemption. Well, there are though, there are.
But if we're just talking road damage, I'm not saying
Right.
whatever else, I'm
So
talking
we
road
also might
damage.
want to point about large machinery. So
Well-
to me, I'm not trying to get to a solution, but I think we would be remiss to not put in something about the very direct. I agree with large machinery as well. We
I just think-
probably would be remiss to not include
Right.
that we need a solution.
Right.
Or we need to explore a solution.
I just think that we're, again, if we're focusing on one group, but if we're saying road damage is what we're worrying about, there's a lot of things that do road damage.
There are.
Yeah, and the state acknowledged the ag stuff.
Yeah.
That's why they rolled out the ag RIP program where they're giving funding for, you know, large producers who want to cooperate and they have to
But
give them all
these
this
commercial
information.
haulers that
Yeah.
do the slurries
Yeah.
and do that,
Yeah.
I mean, you look at some of the road edge where they're coming
Yeah.
up and on, that's just rumbles when they're done.
Yeah. And like I said, that's where they rolled out that funding, but they found that a lot of those farmers don't want to give data out because
Right.
they don't, yeah.
It was a lot of data.
Yeah, like, yeah, so,
I would also say that in some respects, you could make it more general with horse-drawn vehicles, because there are
Horse-drawn vehicles.
other people other than Amish, not just
Yeah.
buggies that are out there on the road.
We might.
Well, but
we might
you're
regret
assuming they have to be
this.
pulling a vehicle that's horses or horse-drawn
You could
vehicle.
say something about like responsibility of all stakeholders and communities and not designated as like buggies or mover trucks or anything. Because I think, I'm assuming, you know, eventually there might be some issues from ATV use on the edge. There might be issues from, but like there are a lot of things that this could encompass. And I think we're going to back ourselves into a corner and it gets an outlash by just saying the Amish need to pay their fair share. So,
Mhm.
like,
Well,
But again, it goes back to the horseshoes that are digging up the pavement.
for sure.
Yes, I feel like sometimes I love generalizing, but in this case, no.
Right.
We have a very large
Yes.
horse and buggy, horse-drawn population. I mean, one of the largest
Right.
in the state.
But I
one of the
disagree.
largest concentrations in the nation.
Mhm.
And I mean, I've seen videos, I've
Oh,
seen
yeah.
firsthand, brand new road, chunk, and it's one of
Oh,
the
yeah.
biggest complaints that I hear. So I mean,
Totally flat
that's why I want
tires.
to be specific. I'm okay with being specific with large farm machinery as well, that we make one bullet point. Because otherwise,
But as a guideline, it feels weird to specifically call the Amish out in a guideline versus like a specific action after the fact, which is why I think if you do it broader, then like maybe there is something with ATVs or something with buggies that are done after the fact, but we're not locking ourselves into just like getting called out on targeting the Amish.
my concern is this document as a guidance, we actually don't know who will be looking at it, and it won't be us. Let's just presume it won't be us.
For sure.
So they're not going to remember this discussion. They're not, if we make it too general, they're not gonna realize we were. I am specifically talking about horse-drawn vehicles because it's very specific to Vernon County.
okay,
I believe.
but
large farm
to
machinery
do
as well.
both, can't we do what Nathaniel is saying, make it broad? And then you could put something underneath it that says, you know, suggest or
ATVs.
concerned areas include buggies, large farm equipment. That way our goal is different and that's an example. And that way we have both, but we're, is that good?
You could say include, but not limited to, that way it's super generalized, it's a fact, so it's not
Right.
really pointing out one area over.
I like that.
okay.
That could all be.
Well,
Grab two, Pete.
Jack, does that make sense?
Can you read that one?
Yeah.
I'm gonna take you to our,
You brought it up, it's yours.
Yes.
Explore and encourage solutions for
Road maintenance and repairs that include all communities and stakeholders, including but not limited to the list that it
Horse-drawn vehicles,
large.
large farm animals.
Or do you want to say something where users cause excessive wear and tear or excessive wear and damage? That way it would be more explanatory for somebody that's reading it.
it's a lot harder. That sort of captures a lot of things.
Well, but that's what but if you did it that way, where we're not saying normal vehicle traffic, there's pickups and.
Could be the
what you're saying,
semis.
Users
Yeah.
cause excessive.
All construction, large construction equipment, yada, yada.
Yeah.
And then you can say,
Yeah.
some,
I would just leave all of the parties out and just leave it, Don't point in any direction for blame.
Right.
Say
Yeah.
there's a solution.
But if it's, yeah,
We have some
It's a
issues.
poll and then maybe.
Because the Amish are not gonna read this.
It's right.
Well,
Well,
the-
it's definitely not going to be.
but again,
No,
the
but
goal,
I will read it
the
too.
goal is to reduce
So, yeah.
the
Well, they
destruction of
know
the
it's on
roads.
the. they know
Period.
it's
I
on
mean,
the
that's our
document.
Yeah, right,
They
that's the
know
goal.
that.
And
So-
there are people that will make sure
Are we-
they know.
So.
You got something?
So you could give like a broad devised strategies to encourage.
If it's not, it's to extend the
Can
life.
an email what
Good.
so
Yeah.
Yeah.
what is.
That is-
We have explored encourage solutions for road maintenance.
I mean, like the issue, I guess, is we want to specifically call out.
Someone wants to go home, that's good, I'll stay home.
I would just not call it out.
Then the plan is worthless and we.
People are gonna know what you're saying, you know?
As to why that is in there.
Yeah, and Ben's got a point in that we might not, we could all.
We
lose our
won't be
seats and
here.
Appointments, we might not be there to
Right.
discuss and
Right.
know what was discussed next, that, I guess,
When
yeah.
it's
I don't-
adopted.
It's hard to limit how
But-
someone uses the public.
But at this point, can we leave it this way? And then when we get to what we want for action items, is to be more specific on what we want to target with that?
Or at least put it on the table for next
Oh,
time.
Mhm.
Move the tables to the next meeting.
Everybody think about it, come back
Yeah.
refreshed and ready to fight.
Okay, I would ask that for the actions items, that this committee creates those, because I'm not gonna know what local programs are really, gonna rubber hit the road. You're gonna know all that, so we'll give it some thought.
Okay, so
Last one.
I guess where we're at then, so just mark the spots, we'll come back to goal 2 then.
Stop to goal 2.
Yep.
Now, does anybody have any agenda items that they want specifically for the next meetings? Other than to continue with what we had already?
Bringing up the gentleman who was here earlier, I didn't know. if
Okay,
we're gonna get-
so
Al bus.
Albus.
he's supposed to get hold of me or I'll find it and then when we get together to do that, we'll see if he's got something,
And I'm gonna look up the link that he was talking about, see if I can find that on their website. Yeah, and if I find it, I'll email it out to the group.
Okay, and then like the community engagement, that's premature right now. We need to get farther.
Mhm.
Mhm.
So anybody else have any other agenda items? Going once, going twice.
We got our hands full.
Okay, so next meeting date, June 12th. Same place, same time.
Mhm.
So that is our,
Already?
that is our agenda. So meeting is done. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I would just like everybody to know that next Tuesday at 1 p.m. is the Vernon County Police Memorial Service.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
The infrastructure done in.
Here's some more survey results and analysis if anyone wants.
So we
to.
do the whole town is done one.
So,
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, we'd be happy to.
I know, it would be. Okay, good. She needed it for somebody, Tony?
That's a lot.
No, that's right.
Oh,
Someday